called Kiribati in the South Pacific. I have not been to the Kimberleys. That's the western part of northwestern Australia. Those are the high ones on my list to get to this year.
My dear friends went to Madagascar. They sent me pictures a couple of years ago. It was incredible. It's sort of like the Galapagos, but in Africa. Like really
well,
cool.
It's beyond the Galapagos, although the Galapagos is a good place to start because Madagascar has more different indigenous flora and fauna than you'll ever find anywhere else. It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And the people are nice, too. So they really had a wonderful
Absolutely.
time. Yeah, they went from Israel, of all places, because it's closer than from here. So Peter Greenberg, the travel detective and all of that, what do what's your message when you talk to people about travel today? What do you want people to know?
Well, other than to destroy their bucket list, throw it away.
Okay.
Understand that the worst four-letter word that starts with F when it comes to travel is fear, and we got to get rid of that. It's interesting. Everywhere I go, the minute I get back, people are always saying to me, "Oh, where'd you just come from?" And when I tell them, you know what their answer usually is? "Oh, I don't want to go there. It's not on my list." What I want to know is who publishes that list. Because for me, I have a really interesting metric about where I won't go, and it's very limited. I won't go anywhere where I know that no one's in charge, right? So do I want to go to Chechnya right now? Probably not. Syria? Probably not. But North Korea? Sure, I've been twice. Why? I know who's in control. And you can go down that list, and you'll only find about 4 or 5 places that that you can honestly and intelligently say, not going to go there now. Not ever, but now is a good time not to go.
I need to know about North Korea. I'm a complete K-drama fanatic, and I was just reading last week that they are so they're in the middle of yet another horrible round of suppression, that they're putting people to death if they're found with South Korean K-drama kinds of things, because the thing they're most afraid of is to let the North Koreans know that there's a much better life just across the border.
Well, a very funny story to share with you.
Tell me.
And we can go back to the days of China back in 1971 when we had ping-pong diplomacy. The thing that opened the door to China and that turned China around and put them on the global stage was travel and tourism. Think about this. What does North Korea produce that anybody consumes around the world? The answer, nothing.
Nothing.
They have trouble even feeding their own people.
Right.
If you look at satellite pictures of North Korea taken from space, you'll see at night South Korea is lit up, North Korea is completely dark. They have real issues there. However, the only thing they produce that you might want to consume, not really, is unreliable Scud missiles. That's it. So when you think about it, the one thing that can save them, and they're starting to do it now, is travel and tourism. They just opened up their very first beach resort.
No way.
Now, is it available to us yet? No, but it will be, because once you open those doors for travel and tourism, they fall down very quickly, and that's what leads to a much more democratic government. It leads to as an economic driver for jobs and economic prosperity, and it's amazing how fast all of that turns around.
So who is it open to? China? Is it open to their communist friends?
It's open to China and right now Russian tourists. But you know what? I mean, it's opening up slowly, but then it doesn't open up slowly for long. It opens up big time. And
what did you think of North Korea, Peter Greenberg? I'm dying to know. What did you think of it?
Well, it's interesting. When I was growing up, I'm going to reveal my age here. When I was growing up, remember the old Soviet bloc? Every picture we ever saw coming from Czechoslovakia or Poland or Romania or Bulgaria or Russia were always in black and white. It was always these monolithic black and white pictures that were depressing. And then you remember that little girl named Samantha Smith, who on drop-off invited to Russia, she an American girl who was 11 years old, to see Russia. And so she accepted the invitation. This is in the middle of the Cold War. She came back with color photographs of these beautiful resorts on the Black Sea, and we go, oh, my God, Russia's in color. Well, that's the situation in North Korea right now. When was the last time you saw a color photograph of North Korea? Well, believe it or not, they have sun there, too. It is a beautiful country with an amazing coastline. However, we understand the history of their government and how rigid it is and how suppressive it is. But you know what? The only thing that's going to open that door and save them economically is travel and tourism. You'll see the same thing start to happen a little bit later in places like Iran, and by the way, Syria, Not right away, but that's what's going to happen. It's the trend that's the only thing that can save it is travel and tourism.
What about the fact that travel and tourism for these places is inextricably entwined to surveillance?
Well, I got news for you. They watch me when I'm in Indianapolis. I mean, the point is, we have cameras rigged everywhere in this country. I can't go 3 blocks in New York City without my movements being recorded. That's the world we live in. So that's not just relegated to, autocratic regimes. That's every country in the world. You know where the most cameras are in the world right now? Take a guess.
I don't know.
London.
Really?
Yeah. So it's a reality we have to deal with.
Okay.
But it doesn't stop me from going.
Right. Okay. Peter Greenberg, so do you have a home base, by the way, or is like your home base almost like a hotel room because you're always going to the next place?
Well, I'm traveling about, I hate to say this, 300 days a year, but I do live in 4 places. I'm a born and raised New Yorker. I've actually lived in the same building since I was 6 months old. How about that?
Oh, my God.
I also live in Los Angeles, and that's also, I've been out there since 1971. And I also live on Long Island. So I'm all over the place.
Where were you? Where are you? Manhattan? Were you born and raised in Manhattan?
Born and raised in Manhattan. I'm a victim or a recipient of the public school system.
Okay, fantastic. We're chatting with Peter Greenberg. And where were you on the island? Someplace in the Hamptons or something?
No, you couldn't. I would not be caught dead in the Hamptons.
So where? Because I'm a Long Island girl. Where?
Oh, really? Where?
Well, I grew up in Woodmere in the 5 Towns.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm in Bayshore and I'm on Fire Island.
Oh, Fire Island's fantastic. I haven't been to
Fire Island, by the way,
in
is the Hamptons without the attitude. Thank you very much.
It's amazing, actually. I haven't been there in so long. It's its own very special place. Really special. Oh, yeah. We're chatting with Peter Greenberg, who is coming to Westport to the library on Thursday, September 25th from 7 to 8 o'clock. You're really not going to want to miss it. Peter, have you spent a lot of time in Westport? Have you been to Connecticut a lot?
Of course. Oh, no, I've been to every U.S. state multiple times. Remember, I'm a former Newsweek correspondent, was there for many, many years, covering the United States and the world. So I was traveling from a very young age.
What do you make of the fact that it seems to the average armchair traveler that we have to pay more in terms of visas, that there's more government interface and bureaucracy for us to get from place to place? Do you have an opinion about that?
Yeah, it's called reciprocity. If we're going to charge foreigners $250 for a visa to come to the United States, what stops them from charging us $250 to go to France? It's stupid, and people don't get this. This should not be about raising revenue. It should be about open borders to countries that are responsible and intelligent. And we see this all the time. The problem that we have now, at least in terms of our domestic market, is the huge drop in foreign visitors to the U.S. right now over the last 7 months.
I saw that.
Because we're being perceived as unwelcoming and inhospitable based on all the optics around deportation, immigration, trade wars, and tariffs. And by the way, we've already lost, this year alone, in the United States, $25 billion in revenue that we'll never recoup because people were not coming here.
Peter Greenberg, what are the best websites that, people who go on vacation once or twice a year can really rely on in order to get good information about where to stay and where to go?
You mean other than mine?
Okay. I didn't realize you had one. That's great.
Of course. And it's got the most imaginative name, petergreenberg.com.
I love it.
And I should also tell you, we don't sell anything on that website. There's nothing transactional on that website. It's only informational, and it's free. But having said that, I'm not a big fan of a lot of websites, and I'll tell you why. Because too many people defer to that at the expense of the big C word that they need to have. It's called a conversation. Just because it's on the web doesn't mean it's right, correct, or updated. You'll book a restaurant only to find out it burned down last night. You didn't have the opportunity to make a phone call and talk to them directly. So I'm a huge fan of travel advisors, travel agents, especially the ones that specialize in different affinities like cruise or bicycle or mountain climbing or art or history. We live in a world of specialization, and that's what you need to do. Do your research online. That's okay. but then have the conversation before you ever write a check or put down that credit card.
So even if I was going, if I was going to Italy, for example, you recommend a travel agent helping me with all of the arrangements?
Yes, unless you're going back to the same city you've gone to for the last 20 years in Italy.
Right.
Why not? I mean, look, the bottom line is when you go online to make a reservation, how much information are you given that's really going to be helpful to you other than the transaction itself? It can't talk to you. It can't answer your questions. It can't tell you about where the nearest subway is or the nearest restaurant or the nearest bridge, or is it really walking distance to the beach, or do you have to, hire somebody to get you there? I mean, the websites that we look at all the time, and which I report on all the time, and by the way, which we bust all the time, are the ones that are more interested in the transaction than in actually providing a service that people need.
We're chatting with Peter Greenberg, who will be at the Westport Library next week, Thursday, September 25th from 7 to 8 o'clock. Tickets are $20, and it's also sponsored by the Y. And Peter Greenberg, you have won so many different awards for basically your contribution as a world citizen, really, as a world citizen, and as somebody who continues to bring us so much color in life. How old were you when you got the travel bug and decided that you were never really going to be able to sit in one place for too long?
Well, I don't remember the actual event, but when I was 6 months old, my parents took me on my very first flight from New York, Idlewild, to Los Angeles. And when I got off the plane, the pilots and the stewardesses signed a special certificate making me the very first member of the American Airlines Sky Cradle Club.
I love it. I love it.
And, of course, I'm still waiting for my benefits from that. But the bottom line is I've been flying ever since. I really started traveling when I was a student at the University of Wisconsin during all the anti-war movement in the United States, because I was hired then by Newsweek magazine, and they flew me all over the country. And I was literally having a suitcase in the trunk of my car because I was always heading to the airport.
Have you ever lost your enthusiasm to go to the next place?
Never. No, my biggest frustration is not having enough time every time I'm there.
You must have friends all over the place, Peter.
Well, you know what it is? The key to being a successful traveler is not knowing where to go. It's knowing where not to go, and then knowing when to go, and then following up, with as much conversation or even emails or letters as you can, because the goal is to be at least feel like you're a citizen of the world so that you can be airdropped in anywhere and be okay.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, Peter Greenberg, this is wonderful. I could talk to you all day. I'm having such a wonderful time. I'm basking in the glow. There are so many adventures I still want to have. I went to Thailand for the first time. It's my first time in Asia. I went in February, and what really sunk me, believe it or not, was I had 2 weeks of jet lag on the home. In other words, I was caught unprepared for the fact that it took me 2 weeks after traveling back from Thailand to feel like myself in my own routine again. And I had to jump back. I have 2 jobs, blah, blah. So,
well, I have to tell you something about jet lag.
Tell me.
First of all, you picked a great destination. I didn't tell you this, but I lived in Bangkok for 25 years. And, oh, yes, my house is right on the river. And you remember the old Groucho Marx line, I would never join a club that would have me as a member?
Yes.
Well, the first time I went to Thailand, when they met me at the airport, I figured, they must be waiting for somebody else named Greenberg. They can't be this nice to me. And then I found out it had nothing to do with me. It's who they are.
They are so
and I was
nice.
so taken in and so warmly received. The hospitality there is unbelievable and unmatched that I said I have to keep coming back, and I did.
Wow. Well, I have to tell you, I was devastated at the pollution there. I kept looking up. We went in February, and it was.
Where did you go?
Well, we went to Bangkok, and then we went to Chiang Rai, and then we went to this marine nature preserve outside Phuket, which felt like Gilligan's Island. And so we had all different experiences, but every time I looked up, the sky was brown. And what really sunk me, it's so terrible, but it really upset me so much. I went snorkeling off of Phuket, and you have these amazing monkeys on the sides of the mountains. I mean, it was incredible. But in the water, everything was bleached white Peter. Nothing was alive in the coral, and this was way, way out.
Well, that's
so
nothing to do with
distressed.
Thailand. That has to do with global warming.
I know. No, I know. I mean, the people couldn't have been nicer. The food was wonderful, but I was very distressed to see the environment there. It was upsetting to me.
The key then for everybody listening about making your travel plans is take one 5-letter word out of your vocabulary, and that word is later. Go now.
Go now.
No matter where you want to go, with few exceptions that we already talked about, go now, because things are changing. The Antarctic is changing. The polar north and the Arctic is changing. What you experienced in Thailand is changing. But there's still so much great beauty around the world that hasn't really gotten terrible. You know what? Go now.
Go now. Peter Greenberg. And on that note, thank you so much for joining us next Thursday, September 25th at the Westport Library. Don't miss Travel Detective Peter Greenberg from 7 to 8 o'clock. Thanks for being on the show, Peter. Pleasure.
You got it.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny and mild afternoon with a high near 80. Clear this evening and overnight. The upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's September 18th. On this day in 1970, rock icon Jimi Hendrix passed away at the age of 27.
Jimi Hendrix, popular electric guitarist and idol of the acid rock generation, died today in London, apparently from an overdose of drugs.
In 1987, the #1 movie at the box office was Fatal Attraction.
A look that led to an evening, a mistake he'd regret all his life.
At the 63rd Emmy Awards in 2011, Mad Men was the #1 TV show.
The greatest thing you have working for you is not the photo you take or the picture you paint. It's the imagination of the consumer.
September 18th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC 695.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump wrapped up his state visit to Britain by taking questions with Prime Minister Keir Starmer on Starmer's decision to recognize a Palestinian state.
I have a disagreement with the Prime Minister on that score. Okay? One of our few disagreements, actually.
On Ukraine, Trump said Russian President Putin had let him down. Starmer pointed to Russian attacks against European targets in Kiev and its drones over Poland.
If you put that together, what you can see is either an emboldenment or at least an increased recklessness on Putin's part. And that's why I said earlier that they're not the actions of someone who wants peace.
A group of Democratic lawmakers is accusing the Trump administration of exploiting the death of Charlie Kirk, as Christopher Cruz reports.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer accused the Trump administration of trying to penalize people for simply speaking out.
To supercharge a political witch hunt against critics is abhorrent, obnoxious, and as un-American as it gets.
Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy says President Trump could have used the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk to unite the nation.
Trump and his lieutenants are choosing a different path. They are choosing to exploit this tragedy, to weaponize the federal government, to destroy Donald Trump's political opposition.
Trump has asked the Supreme Court for an emergency order to remove Lisa Cook from the Fed board. Linda Kenyon has that.
The district court had ruled that Trump could only remove Cook for cause involving conduct while in office. The president has alleged Cook committed mortgage fraud, which she denies. In addition, the accusation involves an alleged action before Cook was a member of the Fed. President Trump has tried to exert pressure on the Fed, especially on Chairman Jerome Powell, saying the independent agency has been too slow to lower interest rates.
The suspect in the fatal shooting of 3 Pennsylvania police officers was a 24-year-old being sought on stalking charges. Tom Hansen reports we may learn more next hour.
Investigators presumably are going to give us a little bit more information about who this man was, what his mental state was, and any warning signs that might have popped up that could have flagged authorities to him being a threat to this community.
A new study published in the journal Nature finds that wildfire smoke is deadlier due to climate change. Senior study author Marshall Burke.
In the last 10 years, on average, we estimate that wildfire smoke has killed about 40,000 Americans per year. And we estimate under a warming climate, this could go up to 70,000 by 2050.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household. WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A news conference was held by elected officials and community leaders from both Bridgeport and Fairfield to address United Illuminating's plan to install electric monopoles throughout the 2 municipalities.
When I say polls, you say no. No. Polls. No. Polls. Polls. No. Polls. No. Polls. No. Polls. No. No polls.
The plan has been a topic of fierce debate in Fairfield County for months, with the Connecticut Siting Council recently approving UI's proposal in a straw poll. However, according to a press release from Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale, the council has now voted to table this issue. Governor Ned Lamont had called upon UI to halt the plan so that the concerns of Fairfield and Bridgeport residents and officials could be heard. Bridgeport Democratic State Senator Heron Gaston thanked the governor and his colleagues for their work.
You all have some strong fighters up in Hartford, and I want you to know the governor showed up. And I must tell you that when Steve Stasham started talking, the governor also starts listening. And so let's continue to lift our voices so we can continue to stand up for those that we represent. I appreciate it.
State GOP legislators today held a news conference amid rumors that the state might be considering using pension money to invest in keeping the WNBA's Connecticut Sun in the state. Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding said Governor Ned Lamont has made conflicting statements.
The governor's talking out of 2 sides of his mouth here, because in one sense, he initially comes out and says, well, we have to find a way to keep the team here. And then all of a sudden, when he determines that the pension fund is the vehicle by which he's going to do that, now all of a sudden it's because it's a great investment. So which is it, Governor? Is it a great investment, or are you using this essentially for corporate welfare? There might be an economic development reason for it, but at least come out and be honest about it. There's no level of transparency here.
Police in Derby are investigating a string of purse thefts from vehicles at the Big Y supermarket. Police have received reports of masked suspects committing crimes in the parking lot of the New Haven Avenue store. The suspects reportedly have entered the parking lot in stolen vehicles, then grabbed purses as women were loading groceries into their cars. People shopping at the store are urged to keep valuables out of sight and to stay alert in public areas. And Mystic is one of the best small towns on the East Coast for its dining options, according to FamilyVacationUS.com. The website says Mystic's food scene is as captivating as its maritime history and storied past. While fresh and flavorful seafood takes center stage, It says restaurants have diversity, ensuring everyone can find something to satisfy their palates. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork between exits 2 and 4. Parkway northbound, you have it going into Black Rock Turnpike, exit 27. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, more roadwork between exit 50 and 46 before the West Rock Tunnel. Right lane is out. 91 southbound, construction exits 13 through 12. And Route 8, you have it in both directions between exit 12 and exit 17. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I don't think Jimmy Kimmel should be fired for what he said. I just don't. I don't think he should be fired for what he said. I barely think he should be suspended for what he said. Now, listen, in case you're just catching up, a few days ago on Monday the 15th, Jimmy Kimmel in his late night show, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, that's the late night guy. I never watch him. I hated Colbert. They're all anti-Republicans. They may be. All right, I get that. I understand that. But this is part of a monologue from Jimmy Kimmel this past Monday night. And, yeah, if you're a Trump supporter, if you consider yourself a MAGA supporter, I get how this might upset you, especially in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
All right. Now, a lot of you folks don't like that. I understand it. Let's listen to it again, and there's a lot to pick apart there.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
All right, now you may consider that crass, rude, anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, anti-Republican, whatever you think of that. All right, you may think that's gross and unfair, whatever. And yes, the late night shows have been a bash-a-thon for 10 years going after Republicans and Trump. I get it. But you can't have a government mandating that somebody shut their mouths. You can't. And look, all the rumblings are, and there's still stuff coming out and leaking out about this. Did the head of the FCC, of course, a guy, who was an employee of, when you come right down to it, the president, did he turn the screws on ABC, Disney, and Bob Iger to say, muzzle this guy? If he did, if this is political, that's bad. It's bad. Now, having said that, I understand why people are mad. And yes, for about the last 10 years or so, ever since Trump came down the golden escalator with Melania and whomever on that, June of 2015, he's been the butt of jokes. I get it. He asked in. He ran 3 times. He won twice. Probably could have won easily a third time, was it not for 40,000 plus votes in 3 states. But I digress. You cannot tell broadcasters they have to fire people. Now, we're under the supposition that that's what happened here. Do we know that for sure? No, not really. But if you hear what the chair of the FCC says, you can see what happens here. But no matter how PO'd you may be at somebody, we don't do that here in the U.S. You can't. And if the White House exerted pressure on the chairman of the FCC, and he called Bob Iger on the phone, and believe me, I'm sure the FCC chair has Bob Iger's phone number and a few of the other big wigs' phone numbers in his phone directory. And if they start saying, if this comes from the White House and it's funneling through the chair of the FCC, Mr. Carr, and then all the way to Bob Iger to, do something or else, that's not good. I don't care how much of a fan of Donald Trump you are. That is not good. That cannot happen. If you're against someone, then let their idiocy bury them. Let people hear what the guy or the gal said, and chances are, if it's that egregious, they're going to go, oh, man, really? Now, having said that, I don't think they should fire, per se, Jimmy Kimmel, because nobody wins in a firing. Now, if you want to talk about, a suspension or something red meat to feed the lion, maybe, I don't know. Now, why a suspension? We'll talk about that momentarily, because if you take a listen to what Jimmy Kimmel actually said, yeah, he probably did cross a line. Now, people in media cross lines all the time, and a lot of them are not fired. So fire the guy? No. No, sir, no, ma'am. No, not unless it can be proven, and nobody's going to believe this now at this point, unless it can be proven that pressure or that decision to maybe fire him would have come only from Bob Iger or from the Disney board of directors or some higher-ups in there. In fact, the New York Times is reporting technically it came from Bob Iger, but. So we're already getting some rather vibrant answers to our question of the day, Facebook.com/Voice of CT. And I will start with this. Should Jimmy Kimmel be suspended or fired for comments he made in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination? I say no. You don't fire the guy. I'm sorry. You don't. To me, if you want to suspend him for a day or two, and I don't think they will blow him out completely. But I think this may be from the White House and the FCC chair. Is this a shot across the bow here? Maybe. But when we come back, we'll give a close listen to the sentence or two that got Jimmy Kimmel involved here. And again, please, I love you people, but I have a lot of people on my social media feeds. There goes freedom of speech. Again, we went over the freedom of speech thing as it pertains to the workplace. So all that and more. But join in the conversation. Lots of folks are. Talk or text at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Should Jimmy Kimmel be fired or suspended for comments he made in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination? All right, we begin with a discussion about free speech right here on WICC.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Hey, Melissa Shakatoff here, and I work with K&J Tree Service, and I always recommend you have a free tree risk assessment done by my friends at K&J Tree Service. They have certified arborists who will come out to your home. In about 10 minutes, they can identify some problem spots you want to have done. And it doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a full tree removal, but right now is a great time to partner up with K&J Tree Service as it's offering a limited time 10% discount on all of their services. Go to kjtreeservice.com and book your assessment today or call them at 203-248-TREE.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton presents the musical Little Women, September 19th through 28th. This heartfelt adaptation of Louisa May Alcott's beloved novel follows the adventures of the four March sisters, Jo, Meg, Beth, and Amy, as they grow up during the Civil War. The show explores love, family, and finding one's voice through emotion and the powerful soundtrack of the show. For tickets, visit centerstageshelton.org. Enjoy high-quality entertainment close to home at one of Connecticut's most beloved community theaters.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork between exits 2 and 4. Parkway northbound, you have it going into Black Rock Turnpike, exit 27. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, more roadwork between exit 50 and 46 before the West Rock Tunnel. Right lane is out. 91 southbound, construction exits 13 through 12. And Route 8, you have it in both directions between exit 12 and exit 17. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. 7 top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday, sunny with a high of 80. Saturday, sunny and cooler with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, you want to chime in on this? And boy, no surprise, a lot of people chiming in here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. No, I don't think Jimmy Kimmel should be fired. You cannot go and just fire people you don't like. Doesn't work that way in this country. It doesn't. It doesn't. Now, having said that, suspension, maybe a day or two. Now, I'm sure he's meeting with Bob Iger. I'm sure, or that, or they're. I know Jimmy Kimmel stormed out of the. Where's he out of L.A.? Yeah, big deal. The guy's got $1 gazillion. He'll be fine. But no, you don't. No. We don't. No. We don't fire people for this. But let's look at this from a couple of different angles. All right. Since Trump came down the golden staircase in 2015, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. And I know what you're saying, Paul. He's a big boy. He got into this when he was 69 or 70. I get that. I'm not arguing that. But take this beyond Trump just for a second, because I'm trying to explain to you why people feel this way. Donald Trump is no angel. Believe me, we know that. You don't have to call up and try and convince me of that. We know that. That's why I keep telling folks on the left, if this guy is so bad, you should have an easy time beating MAGA in the midterms next year, or whomever is going to succeed this guy in 2028. Shouldn't you? Wink, wink, nod, nod. By the way, coming up later, did you hear what Kamala Harris said? Oh, jeez. Man, she just threw somebody under the bus today. Wow. I'll tell you who this is later. But if I'm a certain somebody that she essentially threw under the bus, wow. Anyway, I digress. So for 10 years, Jimmy Kimmel, not so much Jimmy Fallon. Fallon gets it. Fallon understands he's not bigger than The Tonight Show. He's not. Jack Parr, Carson, Jay Leno. The Tonight Show was still The Tonight Show. But Colbert, Seth Meyers, and Kimmel, it's been, and again, Trump's a big boy, I get it, but it's been a 10-year bash-a-thon every freaking night. I get it, I understand it. You can bash me all you want. Does my check clear and is my job better than yours? But I digress. So does it surprise me now that in the wake of the Charlie Kirk thing, Republicans and MAGA feel their moment here to basically saying, hey, F you, enough of this. So that's part of it. But the other part is, what possessed Jimmy Kimmel, who's supposed to be hosting a show, that is supposed to make people laugh. The intent of late night television, I guess, at one time, was to appeal to the biggest swath of America to make them laugh after another rough day at work. So let's break this down now, and we'll get into the freedom of speech thing later. I have everybody say, well, doesn't he have freedom of speech? Well, yeah, he's got the freedom to say anything he wants at work, and his employer, if they're being pressured or not, has the freedom to say, shut up. You may be costing us money. That's another thing people aren't understanding here. Yeah, there's a big Trump aspect here. Yeah, it's Kimmel. There's also, commercials. And part of what Bob Iger did, and his assistant there, I got to pull up her name, I have it over here. They may have been getting calls from the sales department saying, what the F is he doing? But I digress. So, again, nobody infringed on Jimmy Kimmel's freedom of speech. He said this at the workplace.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
What? Now, the MAGA gang is who? And see, here's the part where the left is tone deaf. And they are. I don't care who it is. You people on the left, a lot of you, not all of you, some of you are very smart. A lot of you people are tone deaf to the point that I've never seen this before. The MAGA gang, does this guy understand? And again, I don't think he should be fired. I think he should be there and try to dig himself out of the hole that he continues to dig. There's a rumor now he won't come back because ABC wants him reportedly to retract or apologize or whatever. We'll get to that later. So the MAGA gang is, when somebody on the other side of the aisle says, well, the MAGA gang, you know what? That's half the country. To a lot of you, I know you don't, well, no, it's just Trump's people. You can want that to be the truth all you want. Perception is reality. One of the first things I learned in this business 40-something years ago. Perception is reality. The MAGA gang. Okay. But again, when you say the MAGA gang, remember, your corporate sales department is hearing this. Now, did this have a role in it? I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. So for 10 years, and some of the stuff Colbert has said, I mean, you can't play it on radio. It's so graphic. Okay, that's fine. No, there's your freedom of speech. Nobody's telling these people they can't say it. Let's hear this again.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can.
As anything other than one of them. All right, whatever that means. And that whole thing was started by some progressive-leaning outlets saying, well, they were saying that, well, Charlie Kirk got shot because he wasn't conservative enough. And I'm like, what in the hell are you talking about? Okay, one more time. We
hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Okay, I don't think he should be fired. I really don't. But let me ask you something. In a show that's supposed to, I guess, if I'm a programmer, appeal to the biggest swath of America, what is the point of what he just said? When did the late night shows, being tongue-in-cheek here, rhetorically, when did the late night shows, and we know when it happened, 10, 11 years ago, become these constant bash-a-thons of the right? And you wonder why some people want, I think improperly, Jimmy Kimmel fired? I mean, it's every freaking night with these people. And I don't want to hear, well, Fox News, well, News. No. The broadcast networks still have incredible reach. Everybody wants you to think ABC, NBC, and CBS are going the way of, the horse and buggy. No. The reach isn't what it used to be, but it's still there. All right, we'll get to the phones after this and more. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. But you may disagree with moi. Should Jimmy Kimmel be suspended? Maybe. Or fired? No. For comments he made in the aftermath of what happened to Charlie Kirk.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork between exits 2 and 4. Parkway northbound, you have it going into Black Rock Turnpike, exit 27. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, more roadwork between exit 50 and 46 before the West Rock Tunnel. Right lane is out. 91 southbound, construction exits 13 through 12. And Route 8, you have it in both directions between exit 12 and exit 17. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. We've all had that epic rideshare experience. Halfway through the trip, you know their heartbreak, their career path, and they know your aspirations to go find yourself in Portugal. It's human. We're all looking for connection, for someone to listen. But sometimes the people we spill our hearts to aren't exactly equipped to help us through it. With over a decade of data-backed experience from helping millions of people, BetterHelp matches you with a therapist based on your needs and goals. No asking for recommendations or endless scrolling through listings. Simply answer a few questions online and you'll be matched with a therapist, often in as little as 48 hours. Join over 5 million people worldwide who've trusted BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Get a therapist who gets you. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The Federal Trade Commission in 7 states are suing Ticketmaster and its parent company Live Nation for allegedly conspiring with brokers to inflate concert ticket prices. President Trump wrapped up his state visit to Britain today with a press conference that touched on a number of issues, including the war in Ukraine and his talks with Russian President Putin.
I mean, frankly, the Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers. But, yeah, he said, let me down.
The president also said he wants to keep Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, which was handed over to the Taliban. Mark Strassman is following a meeting of an advisory panel that would vote on whether to change the standard for childhood vaccines.
If the committee changes the recommendations for these vaccines, puts up impediments to consumers getting the vaccines, that is going to, of course, rankle many people.
On Wall Street, stocks are higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
According to a news release issued this afternoon by Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale, the Connecticut Siding Council has unanimously decided to table a final decision on United Illuminating's plan to install electric monopoles throughout the municipalities of Fairfield and Bridgeport, saying the delay will offer time to work towards a better solution. The final decision is now scheduled to take place October 16th. Yesterday, a news conference was held by elected officials and community leaders from both Bridgeport and Fairfield to address the UI plan.
When I say pause, you say no. No. Pause. No. Pause. Pause. No. Pause. No. Pause. No. Pause. No. No pause.
The plan has been a topic of fierce debate in Fairfield County for months. This past Tuesday, the governor himself called on UI to halt the plan so that the concerns of Fairfield and Bridgeport residents and officials could be heard. Bridgeport Democratic State Senator Heron Gaston thanked the governor and his colleagues for their work.
You all have some strong fighters up in Hartford, and I want you to know the governor showed up. And I must tell you that when Steve Stasham started talking, the governor also starts listening. And so let's continue to lift our voices so we can continue to stand up for those that we represent. I appreciate it.
State environmental officials are seeking to increase awareness as the fall wildfire season approaches. The usual wildfire season in Connecticut runs from October until the first significant snowfall of winter. However, the recent dry conditions are increasing the possibility of wildfires in the state earlier than usual. State officials say most wildfires are started by humans, meaning most are preventable. People are urged to do everything possible to reduce the possibility of sparking a wildfire. The suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's late night show has prompted responses from multiple state officials who worry that the move by ABC is politically motivated and represents a threat to free speech. Kimmel's suspension comes after comments that he made on air regarding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. On his social media page, Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy called the suspension, quote, a call to mobilize.
The systematic destruction of free speech in this country. It is Donald Trump using the power of the White House, in this case, the power of his regulatory agencies, to try to shut down any speech that opposes him.
4th District Democratic Congressman Jim Himes also took to social media to express his shock at the decision.
The point of this country is to allow each and every American to articulate the beliefs that they have without any fear of reprisal.
The State Department of Motor Vehicles experienced a system-wide service outage yesterday. All appointments for in-person services were canceled because of the outage and will have to be rescheduled. The DMV reported that by late afternoon yesterday, the issue had been resolved. The cause of the outage was determined to be a problem that arose during routine maintenance. Governor Ned Lamont held a news conference yesterday to address concerns about immigration and customs enforcement agents in Connecticut schools. At the news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, the governor reiterated his promise to protect Connecticut students.
We're doing everything we can to make sure your child is safe and to make sure you feel that they are safe. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And there are very few instances. I don't want to overstate what's going on here, but precaution makes sense.
The two incidents referenced include one student who was held for months in an ICE detention facility before recently being released. The other was a high school student in Meriden who was detained just days before his graduation. State Republicans have pushed back against the governor, with House Minority Leader Vin Candelora releasing a statement that read, in part, quote, "Using school children as political leverage is unconscionable." Connecticut Food Share is receiving a $100,000 donation to help fight hunger in the state. The donation was awarded to the Wallingford-based food bank yesterday by Philip Morris International as part of Hunger Action Month. The nonprofit group says the donation will help it provide 200,000 meals to residents who are dealing with food insecurity. Food Share officials say 1 in 7 Connecticut residents are food insecure. And state GOP legislators today held a news conference amid rumors that the state might be considering using pension money to invest in keeping the WNBA's Connecticut Sun in the state. Greenwich Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also running for governor, laid out the Republican Party's thoughts.
We are not calling for anything different than what any other state in the country and its taxpayers and its state's employees have. Connecticut is one of just 50 states that now has a sole fiduciary in its elected state treasurer responsible himself or herself for the management of tens of billions of dollars of funds without legal oversight that is adequate for the protection of those people, for our state, its taxpayers, and its state employees.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork between exits 2 and 4. Parkway northbound, you have it going into Black Rock Turnpike, exit 27. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, more roadwork between exit 50 and 46 before the West Rock Tunnel. Right lane is out. 91 southbound, construction exits 13 through 12. And Route 8, you have it in both directions between exit 12 and exit 17. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high of 80. Saturday sunny and cooler with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, it's one of those topics everybody has an opinion on, and you should, because it touches at the core of freedom of speech, which, from a governmental point of view, everybody enjoys, but it's not necessarily at work. You know, your freedom of speech does not, for whatever reason, extend to your workplace. We had a couple of experts on earlier in the week, one from Quinnipiac, also one from CBS Network, who said, well, yeah, that's, unfortunately, your employer can crack down on you. Now, did the employer here, ABC, Disney, and Bob Iger, were they getting a little poke in the back by the guy in the big chair in the Oval Office there in the White House? Maybe they did. But again, I don't think he should be fired. Don't fire Jimmy Kimmel. It just makes you look small. It does. If you think somebody's embarrassing themselves, as I've seen over the years, especially in this business, let them go. But there is a point where you wonder, you talk about beating a dead horse. And you wonder why Jimmy Kimmel said, well, again, he goes over this with his writers. None of this is off. No, this is all on teleprompters. It's all on cue cards. None of these monologues are off the cuff. So they think, and I'm wondering, did they run this monologue? And I don't know how ABC works, NBC, CBS, whatever. Do they run the monologues past what's called standards and practices in the network here? Because this is, in case you didn't hear it, this is the line in particular that got Jimmy Kimmel at least suspended, maybe fired.
We had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Now, what's the point of that in what's supposed to be a show of what? Entertainment, laughs? See, Jimmy Fallon gets it. Jay Leno, Johnny Carson, they all got it. And Carson, at heart, was a dyed-in-the-wool liberal. You could never tell, though. So, again, you can only do this stuff every day, every night for 10 years before it comes back to bite you in the ass. Now, having said that, I hope some people get to Trump and they say, sir, bite your lip here, because you're making the people you hate the victim here. But he probably won't, because it's not the way he is. But nonetheless, no, you don't fire Jimmy Kimmel. If you think that he's that much of a stooge or a stew-nod, let it go. Let it go. Because anytime they say stuff like this, it only stiffens up your base, does it not? I don't know. But we'll get back to the phones momentarily. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A lot of folks chiming in on this. Not a surprise. Chris will have some of the answers for you after the news. At 4, should Jimmy Kimmel be suspended or fired? Because I think there are two different things here. For comments he made recently, he made comments Monday night in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination. You tell us.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork between exits 2 and 4. Parkway northbound, you have it going into Black Rock Turnpike, exit 27. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, more roadwork between exit 50 and 46 before the West Rock Tunnel. Right lane is out. 91 southbound, construction exits 13 through 12. And Route 8, you have it in both directions between exit 12 and exit 17. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's get back to the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
ABC, which is owned by Disney, took Jimmy Kimmel off the air because a senior federal official, Brendan Carr, the chairman of the FCC, didn't like some things that Jimmy Kimmel said on TV.
Maybe, but you can't fire the guy. No, see that we don't doesn't work it here. And you know, if the White House, if the guy that runs the FCC with the conservative bent, if he thinks Kimmel is that bad, then let him bury himself. Let him bury himself. And now there's a new report in the New York Post, a little bit different of a twist here. So we shall see. But no, you don't fire people for that. Again, I have always my philosophy is here. If somebody is saying dumb stuff and trying to weigh in, I love when late night guys think they're political analysts. The only one who's any good at that, and he's not even a late night guy anymore, is Bill Maher. And Bill Maher is basically telling his side on the left, basically, he tells them to shut the F up every week, which is kind of interesting. Tim in Hamden's been hanging on. Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
Well, as I've been hanging on, listening to you mischaracterize this entire debate discussion, I'm sitting here thinking, well, first off, did Charlie Cook actually say that Biden should be shot?
Hey,
Yes.
Tim, you're still on what Charlie Kirk
I'm not
said.
allowed to have an opinion.
You're not, but Tim, why don't we talk about the issue at hand? Whether it's me, whether it's our friends up in Hartford, you're constantly on what Charlie Cook said. Tim, the man is dead. Let him rest.
Did he say?
Let him rest. Let him rest.
I'm trying to say that, this, sainthood, this whitewash of him is too much.
All right, Tim. Okay. He was Satan. Tim, he was Satan. How's that? You happy?
Come on. Don't be clownish.
But
okay?
Tim, I'm not being a clown.
I'm trying to make multiple points.
But that's not what we're talking about now, Tim. We're not talking about that.
We're talking about freedom of speech.
Yes.
We're talking about corporate.
Yes.
We're talking about just like the Colbert situation, large corporations want to gobble up the others, and it's funny. It happened exactly the same as Colbert. Suddenly, somebody wants to gobble up Paramount and all this stuff, and suddenly Colbert, we're going to end his contract. And the same thing's happening here.
Could be. You're right on that. Yes, you're right on that. It very well could be.
That. You're talking about how terrible the Democrats are. They don't understand this.
Did you just not hear me for the first half hour when I said do not fire Jimmy Kimmel. We don't work that way in this country. Did you not hear me say that?
Do we have a situation where an FCC decides, that's too far? I don't like that joke about Trump's ankle, so he's going to get fired.
I'm agreeing. Tim, I'm agreeing with you on this. I'm agreeing with you.
So if your state doesn't put the flags at half staff, your state, for this man who is not a military man. Tim.
Oh my God, will you let the guy rest in peace, please? Will you? Come on.
I'm sorry. If he says gays should be stoned to death,
here you go with the gay. How many people have discounted that? And Tim, by the way, let me ask you something.
I can tell you the tape. You want me to put the tape on your Facebook?
Tim,
you want me to put the tape on your Facebook?
Tim, let me ask you something. How many times did you ever hear me mention the words Charlie Cook on this Charlie Kirk on this radio station before he passed away? In fact, I went to my producer, Christian, and I said, Chris, help me out here. Did I ever talk about this guy once? And he said, no, you never did. So
were you talking about someone who is a right-hand man to the President of the United States? And when they start saying, when both he and the President start talking about deporting people, cutting all that sort of stuff. That's a pretty
Tim, you obviously
But I know you want to make it all about Democrats and other liberals.
No, you don't want to make it about the subject that we're talking about today, which is censoring free speech. You have this.
Nothing more free speech than kicking people out of the country, is there?
Tim, have a nice day. You get. Oh my God. Oh. Why do I even bother? Well, he said, and this thing about him, it's been proven with all these fact check websites that Charlie Kirk, when he was mentioning stoning gays, was using that as an example of how people can misread Scripture. It's all over the place. Google it yourself. Go to Bing. Go to Yahoo. Again, where have I ever said that I loved anything Charlie Kirk said? No. But again, when we want to get into the deeper levels here, what can I tell you? Ken in Bridgeport. Ken, how are you?
Hey, Paul, how's it going? Yeah, this Jimmy Kimmel situation.
Yeah.
What he said, was it scripted by like a producer or something like that? Or
Well, they have writers, Ken. So all these late night people, Fallon, Kimmel, Jon Stewart, when he was on, even Colbert, they get around, they sit around the table and they do monologue. Now, did he come up with that line? Did a writer come up with that line? Was it passed in front of standards and practices? Who knows? But
does he just read? You think he reads off like a teleprompter?
Yeah.
Probably?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what I figured. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, those people should be held accountable as well. I mean, but if you're reading something off a teleprompter that you didn't read before, you're just like pretty much doing your job.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, well, yeah. And again, and Ken, thank you for that. Listen, if my name is on the show, I'm going to make sure that everything I read passes me. But again, you have to understand, and I always say this about late night people. Oh, they're so fun. Well, yeah, they're kind of funny, but it's their writers. It's their writers. So. All right. Terrence in Hamden's here. Terrence, how are you, sir?
Great. Can you hear me well?
You're breaking up a little, my friend, but let's give it a shot. Go ahead.
All right. So I was calling in about the Jimmy Kimmel situation.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So I typically don't watch the news that much. Just a lot of negativity. However, someone actually sent me a clip.
Yeah.
And it was the clip of him being shot in the face.
Yeah.
That kind of stuck with me, man.
You mean the clip of Charlie Kirk being shot?
Correct.
Yeah.
Being assaulted.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 40. Looked at the kid born in '93. That's disgusting, man. And so, making a joke about that, thinking you can get a laugh on a young kid being murdered in front of his wife for talking, that's appalling, man. He should be held accountable. Free speech, it does exist.
Mm-hmm.
But the regular working guy can't say anything he wants to say without consequences. Can't.
Yeah, Terrence, you're breaking up, my friend, but I get your point. Thank you, Terrence. Appreciate that, Terrence in Hamden. Now, to be fair, and we'll play the clip for you again. This wasn't a joke by Jimmy Kimmel per se, but it was a political reference here. So in the interest of fairness, here's what he said.
We had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Okay. I don't quite know. I mean, and maybe some of these guys want to become news analysts. Go ahead. I'll tell you that. The best guy at this, who was once a yuck funny guy, actually he is still a comedian, is Bill Maher. That's why the left hates Bill Maher now, because he's telling them, stop being progressive idiots and go back to what a clear-thinking progressive liberal used to be. So, we'll see. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And as our last caller said, yeah, everybody's got freedom of speech, but, but again, a lot of people don't seem to follow me here today. Why, I don't know. I don't want Jimmy Kimmel fired. We don't do that here. And if there is pressure coming down from the White House through the head of the FCC, that is wrong on many, many levels. But the question you have to ask, I mean, let's face it. These late night hosts cannot do a complete Pontius Pilate here. No hand washing here altogether. How did it get this way? You can only, and again, like Bill Maher said last week, you can only say the guy is Hitler so many times before some deranged people will actually believe it, and you can only repeat the word fascism so many times when you have no idea what it means in a contemporary context before some nutcases will think it's real. I mean, I get they don't like Trump. I get it. And again, the reason they've been doing this for 10 years is they have a niche audience. And I know people in my lives that, hey, I'll ask them a news question. Oh, yeah, I watched or listened to, the podcast from Stephen Colbert or from Jimmy Kimmel. I said, oh, okay, that's how I get my news. That's how you get your news. You watch or listen to podcasts from late night guys? Okay. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway is only a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 northbound side crawling along through Milford and West Haven, all stemming from an earlier issue that's been cleared. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound, an accident to exit 53 in North Haven on the on-ramp. That's over in the shoulder. Northbound side, an accident in the construction zone in Meriden, approaching the 691 merge. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Nash Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday, sunny with a high of 80. Saturday, sunny and cooler with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, 203-333-9422-333 WICC. I'm just laughing here, and I'll read this when we come back. You familiar with Snopes, which is a fact-checking website, which is hardly a conservative website? Headline, Charlie Kirk did not say gay people should be stoned to death. But yet there are some people still clinging to this because they're not reading or willfully not taking anything in context. We'll try to provide a little context. Oh, man, and please, I shouldn't be laughing. It's just, it is just, man. But the issue at hand, no, do not fire Jimmy Kimmel. Let him continue to make his gazillion dollars. A lot of it goes to taxes. Good on him. But again,
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Democratic lawmakers are criticizing the Trump administration's handling of Charlie Kirk's killing. Senator Chuck Schumer.
One of the great hallmarks of our country is free speech, whether you agree or disagree. And this administration is trying to snuff it out. They don't want people to even speak when they don't like what they say.
And Democrat Ro Khanna has introduced a motion to subpoena FCC Chair Brendan Carr to appear before the House Oversight Committee.
This administration has initiated the largest assault on the First Amendment and free speech in modern history. They're making comedy illegal. Brendan Carr pressured ABC to cancel Jimmy Kimmel, and Disney cancels Jimmy Kimmel.
President Trump is returning from Britain, wrapping up the state visit with a press conference that included Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Trump said he wants to reclaim a massive military base in Afghanistan, Bagram, that was evacuated and taken over by the Taliban.
One of the biggest air bases in the world. We gave it to them for nothing. We're trying to get it back, by the way. Okay, that could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back.
CBS's Natalie Brand.
The leaders also discussed Russia's war on Ukraine as the U.S. and European allies try to put pressure on Russian President Vladimir Putin to end the fighting.
He's let me down. He's really let me down.
As for the war between Israel and Hamas, President Trump was asked about the prime minister's support recognizing a Palestinian state unless Israel met certain conditions.
I have a disagreement with the prime minister on that score.
Trump has asked the Supreme Court to allow him to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook. CBS's Kelly O'Grady on what happens if he's successful.
There would be one more person in the room that the president would get to appoint. His most recent appointee, Stephen Myron, who just replaced Adriana Kugler, who stepped down recently, voted for a half-point rate cut, more along the lines of what the president was looking to see.
The World Health Organization said today it backs Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy's push for more focus on chronic disease prevention. Jim Crisula reports.
Progress in the fight against non-communicable diseases like heart disease and cancer, which are the leading causes of death globally, has slowed. That's according to a new report from the World Health Organization. The WHO estimates that heart disease and cancer kill 43 million people worldwide every year.
Shares in chipmaker Intel skyrocketed today after AI giant NVIDIA said it would invest $5 billion in the struggling rival. On Wall Street, stocks are higher. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
According to a news release issued this afternoon by Fairfield 1st Selectwoman Christine Vitale, the Connecticut Siting Council has unanimously voted to table a final decision on United Illuminating's plan to install electric monopoles throughout the municipalities of Fairfield and Bridgeport. The delay will offer time to work towards a better solution. The final decision is now scheduled to take place October 16th. Meanwhile, yesterday, a news conference was held by elected officials and community leaders from both Bridgeport and Fairfield to address the UI plan.
When I say polls, you say no. No. Polls. No. Polls. Polls. No. Polls. No. Polls. No. Polls. No. No polls.
The plan has been a topic of fierce debate in Fairfield County for months. This past Tuesday, Governor Ned Lamont did call on UI to halt the plan so that the concerns of Fairfield and Bridgeport residents and officials could be heard. Bridgeport Democratic State Senator Heron Gaston thanked the governor and his colleagues for their work.
You all have some strong fighters up in Hartford, and I want you to know the governor showed up. And I must tell you that when Steve Stasham started talking, the governor also starts listening. And so let's continue to lift our voices so we can continue to stand up for those that we represent. I appreciate it.
State GOP legislators today held a news conference amid rumors that the state might be considering using pension money to invest in keeping the WNBA's Connecticut Sun in the state. Greenwich Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also running for governor, said no legislators are really aware of the exact details.
You all have some strong...
We would love for the team to stay. We would love for more teams to come to Connecticut. But the question is a policy decision, and as Senator Harding said, you're kind of making our points for us because we don't know any of the details here. And it's a $100 million decision that we don't know the details on. But what we know is that is not satisfactory. First of all, there needs to be transparency.
A student at the University of Bridgeport who was involved in a scooter crash this month has died from his injuries. 20-year-old Mohammed Zaid was riding a scooter that collided with a car in the area of Boston Avenue and William Street on September 7th. Police have confirmed that Zaid died on September 12th. The driver of the car that was involved in the crash remained at the scene, and police say he has been cooperative. And the State Department of Motor Vehicles experienced a system-wide service outage yesterday. All appointments for in-person services were canceled because of the outage and will have to be rescheduled. The DMV reported that by late afternoon yesterday, the issue had been resolved. The cause of the outage was determined to be a problem that arose during routine maintenance. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway is only a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 northbound side crawling along through Milford and West Haven, all stemming from an earlier issue that's been cleared. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound, an accident to exit 53 in North Haven on the on-ramp. That's over in the shoulder. Northbound side, an accident in the construction zone in Meriden, approaching the 691 merge. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Do not fire Jimmy Kimmel. I'm not even big on suspending him, but maybe they want to talk to him for a few days. But no. Don't fire Jimmy Kimmel, even though he said something that I'm still trying to wrap my arms around this past Monday on the 15th. In fact, this is the clip that apparently has gotten Jimmy Kimmel in heat big hot water, Kimosabi.
We had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Now, why that's in a comedic monologue is okay, beyond me. But again, that's neither here nor there. Almost every late-night show host has done this consistently now for 10 years. After a while, you will have a big chunk of Americans agree to something or want something, somebody, or something to end or lose their jobs, even though they shouldn't, because a lot of them say enough is enough. So, again, I'm not going to fire the guy. Now, I don't know what his ratings are like. I don't know. And, again, also, there is a question of revenue here, too. Remember, there's a sales department involved here. And, by the way, Sinclair, there's another breaking aspect of this story. Today, Thursday, Sinclair Broadcasting, a rival local TV giant with a conservative bent, upped the ante even further. Now, they say ABC's suspension of Jimmy Kimmel is insufficient. And they say they will yank Jimmy Kimmel Live from its stations until the host apologizes directly to Kirk's family and donates to his political activist group. All right, before we go back to the phones, I want to hopefully put something to bed once and forever. Once and for all, once and forever. This notion from our friend Tim that Charlie Kirk said gays should be stoned to death. Okay, when I heard this the first time, I said, let me check this thing, shall we? Snopes.com is Snopes, PolitiFact. There's a couple of other sites that look around and say and try to check stuff that gets started online. Snopes fact check Charlie Kirk did not say gay people should be stoned to death. What PolitiFact says is this, and I'll play you the clip too. Charlie Kirk was reacting to a YouTube personality, Ms. Rachel. She had quoted the Bible to explain why she supported Pride Month. Kirk, on the other hand, referred to another verse from the Bible about stoning people. He did this to demonstrate that Ms. Rachel was being selective in her quotations. In the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination last week, social media users claimed that Kirk called for the stoning of gay people to death. The claim gained widespread attention when author Stephen King wrote in a since-deleted post on X that Kirk advocated stoning gays. Readers also sent us questions like, quote, did Charlie Kirk believe gay people should be stoned and that it's God's perfect law? Additionally, some posts making the claim included a clip from a Kirk podcast in which he quoted a Bible passage that called for stoning people to death. Kirk was responding to Ms. Rachel, who had quoted the Bible to explain why she wished LGBTQ plus people a happy Pride Month. So this clip is from Hotspot. It says Charlie Kirk is suggesting gay people should be stoned to death.
Is in Leviticus 18 is that thou shalt lay with another man shall be stoned to death. Just saying. So, Miss Rachel, you quote Leviticus 19, love your neighbor as yourself. The chapter before affirms God's perfect law when it comes to sexual matters.
All right, and see what, now again, that's out of context. That clip, it says here, does not show the full context of Mr. Kirk's comments. Kirk did not directly advocate for stoning gay people to death. We looked and searched through footage and clips of him discussing LGBTQ plus issues and did not find evidence of him stating outright that gay people should be stoned to death. Rather, he was quoting the Bible as part of an argument about how others selectively choose quotations. As such, we rate this claim as false. And they say that he actually made a mistake in the reference, confusion between Leviticus 20 and Leviticus 18, whatever. All right, David in San Francisco has been holding on. David, how are you?
Oh, thanks, Paul. Yeah, and I appreciate your call to not have him fired. And as a matter of fact, I've got a pretty interesting book that I found. It's called Who Tampered with the Bible? And it goes into detail about passage by passage, how certain passages were put in by certain evil kings or different. There's a whole lot of, eons worth of interest in changing the Bible to suit certain kings or princes or whatever. Mm-hmm. So, this whole idea of executing people for who they are is a kind of a horror. But I'm kind of more interested in if you, and I'm glad you played the passage of Jimmy Kimmel's actual quote. Mm-hmm. If you get on the right-wing websites right now, they're actually trying to figure out, Kirk had changed his opinion about the Epstein file. He wanted it released. And
so do I, by the way. But go ahead. Yep.
Right. And the other angle is the Gaza. Charlie Kirk had changed his position on Gaza, and he wanted the slaughter to end. And the idea that in both cases the slaughter is not ending and the Epstein file is not being released. So the right-wing websites are still arguing about whether, which side had Kirk killed. I even saw some video showing the trajectory that they're trying to claim the roof that the kid they arrested is not the best trajectory for, if Charlie Kirk got hit, he fell a certain direction, and he generally would have fallen the same direction as the bullets came in from, and he fell a different direction. So
David, I see where you're going here, and thank you for the call. I'm not buying the conspiracy stuff. I'm not. And yeah, David's right. There are right-wing websites saying, well, this is about Gaza, this is about the Epstein files, and I think the Epstein files should be released, but we got to stop this. And I'm David, thank you. I'm seeing the same stuff you are. Oh, was this connected to the Epstein? Oh, stop. And I'm not telling you, sir, to stop, but just people. People can never just buy something for what it is. It's just, as Bruce Hornsby used to sing, that's just the way it is. Bob in Greenwich is here. Bob, how are you?
I'm good. I just briefly wanted to touch base on the fact that people are getting fired from their jobs. Jimmy's suspended or fired, whatever comes of that.
Yeah.
But where is the outrage from the right regarding what Brian Kilmeade from the Fox Morning News show, when he said that homeless people should be executed?
Bob, can I just...
And that he apologized for, so there's no denying that he said it.
Bob, I just must tell you this, Bob, and thank you for the call. And I'm very, very open with you people when it comes to this, because I feel this is the only way I can do this, both legally and from my professional point of view here. I cannot and will not comment on that. I am an employee of Fox on the weekends, and I've worked there since 2008. So simply because of my agreement with them, anything to do with them, I simply will not comment.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with a doubleheader of the best games from around the NFL. Because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Monday, September 22nd, The Revivalists at the Capitol Theater in Portchester. On Wednesday, September 24th, see Sister Hazel, and Thursday, September 25th, the band Perry, both at the Big E. Saturday, September 27th, it's Joe at College Street Music Hall. Sunday, September 28th, the Spin Doctors are at Harbor Park in Middletown. Monday, September 29th, Natasha Bedingfield performs at Toad's Place. Tuesday, September 30th, it's 21 Pilots at Xfinity Theater. Thursday, October 2nd, see A Flock of Seagulls at Fairfield Theater Company. Friday, October 3rd, it's Flo Rida at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. And Saturday, October 4th, see T-Pain at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Friday, October 10th, Casey and the Sunshine Band play at the Palace Theater.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway is only a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 northbound side crawling along through Milford and West Haven, all stemming from an earlier issue that's been cleared. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound, an accident to exit 53 in North Haven on the on-ramp. That's over in the shoulder. Northbound side, an accident in the construction zone in Meriden, approaching the 691 merge. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Nash Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday, sunny with a high of 80. Saturday, sunny and cooler with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, Fairfield County, and affecting your world, Paul Pacelli is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, by the way, for you folks in Fairfield and Bridgeport, the Connecticut Siting Council is again postponing a final vote on those monopoles. Everybody all together, monopoles from UI. Chris Williams will have that in the news coming up at the bottom of the hour. So a lot of folks in Fairfield and in Bridgeport happy for the time being. We'll get to that momentarily in the news. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Bill is with us in Fairfield. Bill, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Good, Paul. How are you?
I'm all right.
It's about money. It's about money. I don't think they should get rid of Jimmy Kimmel, for one, because I think, his rating speaks for themselves, and I think Disney's probably been looking for any reason to kind of, get rid of him. They were just waiting for him to say something because he, like you said, I think it was $20 million. And also, I think the monopole things in Fairfield, isn't it going to cost the taxpayers $500 million if they go underground?
Yeah, UI is saying anywhere from $300 million to $800 million, Bill, more to bury these things. And I think a lot of people, Bill, I was talking about this with somebody on my show yesterday and people who work in the business. It's not just digging a ditch, Bill, and dropping a line in the ground here. I mean, this is serious stuff.
It is, and it's and the rock bed that we have to deal with around here is something else. And also, if you got a second, I think the Epstein file, they're going to wait for the midterms for that because they're a little nervous about the midterms.
Yeah, could be. Bill, thank you. Appreciate the call, my friend. Listen, folks, here's my thought on the Epstein file. And we'll say this again. Actually, let me say that to past the bottom of the hour. Because I think I know what I know. Mr. Conspiracy, I know. Art Bell, west of the Rockies, you're on. West of the Parkway. Jeez, I gotta stop. Oh man, Rob in Bridgeport. Rob, how are you, sir?
Okay, how are you doing?
I'm up, Rob. I'm good. You're up. You're on the air. What's up?
Okay, going back to the Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah.
Experience. Basically, just a little history note. When I had my mentor and captain, and I was polishing aircraft way back when, and we would listen to it was Howard Stern in the morning and Rush Limbaugh at lunchtime. Religiously.
Sure.
So anyhow, everyone stated their opinions. And, not everyone got along. There's a group of 10 people in a van, traveling together.
Yeah.
Get to Westchester, Newark, whatever.
Yeah.
But back in those days, you just take it or leave it, and I think a lot of tabloid news is out there these days. And basically now we have idealized, all the televised celebrities, and people just firmly believe everything they hear.
Yeah.
Which is fine. You can choose it or leave it still. But to have Jimmy Kimmel, I'm not a huge Jimmy Kimmel fan by any means. Actually, I don't like him too much.
Yeah.
But, I think that leave it up to the parent company, if they choose. Unfortunately, they should know him by now.
Yeah, and Rob, I'm kind of up against it time-wise. I got to go here. But thank you, Rob. Appreciate the call. Yeah, listen, we will all find out internally eventually what went on here, how much pressure came from the White House, how much pressure came from the FCC. Was it, again, maybe, as some people are saying now, well, this might have been a way to jettison him with his contract. I mean, I don't know. There's always buyouts, and none of us know any of this. My point is, don't fire the guy. Don't fire the guy. Now, if you want to keep him off the show for a couple of days, maybe ask him to say, hey, why did you say this? Why is he saying? And again, but don't fire him. And by the way, our last caller, thank you. Jimmy Kimmel's been around. You know where he did his most creative work? I shouldn't say this. He used to co-host a show with Adam Carolla, and you can find it on YouTube. It was called The Man Show. This was about 30 years ago. I'll just tell you this to give you an idea of what Jimmy Kimmel was doing before he hit it really big. He and Adam Carolla is on the far right wing now, and he's a former radio guy, and he's funny. Now some of you will remember this. There was a feature on that show, on The Man Show, called, I kid you not, Girls on Trampolines.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway is only a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 northbound side crawling along through Milford and West Haven, all stemming from an earlier issue that's been cleared. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound, an accident to exit 53 in North Haven on the on-ramp. That's over in the shoulder. Northbound side, an accident in the construction zone in Meriden, approaching the 691 merge. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
At Goodwill of Western and Northern Connecticut, our mission is to eliminate barriers to employment. However, some barriers are greater than we can conquer alone. September 8th through the 22nd, Goodwill stores are asking you to round up for the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. 100% of proceeds will go to providing meals as well as help relaunch their mobile food truck. Goodwill, a proud supporter of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. They're feeding families, we're getting people to work. Together, we're empowering communities to thrive.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at eloquist.com or call 1-855-ELOQUIS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Before leaving Britain, President Trump said he disagrees with Prime Minister Starmer, who plans to recognize a Palestinian state. Ed O'Keefe reports.
The UK, France, many other countries going to call for an independent Palestinian state, whereas the United States thinks that's a bad idea. The Trump administration does.
Democratic lawmakers are accusing the Trump administration of politicizing the death of Charlie Kirk. Senator Chuck Schumer.
To supercharge a political witch hunt against critics is abhorrent, obnoxious, and as un-American as it gets.
Researchers say wildfire smoke will only get worse with climate change. Study author Marshall Burke says it kills 40,000 people in the U.S. every year.
And that increases because a warming climate dries out fuels and leads to more wildfire activity and more extreme wildfire activity. So a warming climate generates more fires and generates more smoke.
Global deaths could rise six-fold in the coming years. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
According to a news release issued this afternoon by Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale, the Connecticut Siting Council has unanimously voted to table a final decision on United Illuminating's plan to install electric monopoles throughout the municipalities of Fairfield and Bridgeport, saying the delay will offer time to work towards a better solution. The final decision is now scheduled to take place October 16th. A news conference was held yesterday by elected officials and community leaders from both Fairfield and Bridgeport to address the UI plan.
When I say pause, you say no. No. Pause. No. Pause. Pause. No. Pause. No. Pause. No. Pause. No. No pause.
The plan has been a topic of fierce debate in Fairfield County for months. This past Tuesday, Governor Ned Lamont called on UI to halt the plan so that the concerns of Fairfield and Bridgeport residents and officials could be heard. Bridgeport Democratic State Senator Heron Gaston thanked the governor and his colleagues for their work.
You all have some strong fighters up in Hartford, and I want you to know the governor showed up. And I must tell you that when Steve Stasham started talking, the governor also starts listening. And so let's continue to lift our voices so we can continue to stand up for those that we represent. I appreciate it.
State GOP legislators today held a news conference amid rumors that the state might be considering using pension money to invest in keeping the WNBA's Connecticut Sun in the state. Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding talked about the influence the WNBA has on a potential sale and or move.
What involvement does WNBA have in all this? My understanding, and which we have received little to no information other than drips and drabs from the press, is that the WNBA basically has veto majority or has a veto on this. So what is the likelihood that we may potentially put pension funds at risk or be involved in this, and the WNBA might turn around and say, we're not going to allow this?
The suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's late night show has prompted responses from multiple state officials who worry that the move by ABC is politically motivated and represents a threat to free speech. Kimmel's suspension comes after comments that he made on air regarding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. On his social media page, Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy called the suspension, quote, a call to mobilize.
The systematic destruction of free speech in this country. It is Donald Trump using the power of the White House, in this case, the power of his regulatory agencies, to try to shut down any speech that opposes him.
4th District Democratic Congressman Jim Himes also took to social media to express his shock at the decision.
The point of this country is to allow each and every American to articulate the beliefs that they have without any fear of reprisal.
A Stamford man has been arrested on federal charges accusing him of trafficking fentanyl and cocaine. Prosecutors say Brandon Turner was identified as a drug distributor during an investigation by the DEA. A search of a Stamford apartment complex where Turner was employed as a maintenance worker in April allegedly revealed a large amount of fentanyl and cocaine in a storage room. Turner appeared in federal court in Bridgeport yesterday and was ordered held without bail. A student at the University of Bridgeport who was involved in a scooter crash this month has died from his injuries. 28-year-old Mohammed Zaid was riding a scooter that collided with a car in the area of Boston Avenue and William Street on September 7th. Police have confirmed that Zaid died on September 12th. The driver of the car that was involved in the crash remained at the scene, and police say he has been cooperative. Governor Ned Lamont held a news conference yesterday to address concerns about immigration and customs enforcement agents in Connecticut schools. At the news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, the governor reiterated his promise to protect Connecticut students.
We're doing everything we can to make sure your child is safe and to make sure you feel that they are safe. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And there are very few instances. I don't want to overstate what's going on here, but precaution makes sense.
Police in Derby are investigating a string of purse thefts from vehicles at the Big Y supermarket. Police have received reports of masked suspects committing crimes in the parking lot of the New Haven Avenue store. The suspects repeatedly have entered the parking lot in stolen vehicles and grabbed purses as women were loading groceries into their cars. People shopping at the stores are urged to keep valuables out of sight and to stay alert in public areas. And Mystic is one of the best small towns on the East Coast for its dining options, according to FamilyVacationsUS.com. The website says Mystic's food scene is as captivating as its maritime history and storied past. While fresh and flavorful seafood takes center stage, it says restaurants have diversity, ensuring everyone can find something to satisfy their palates. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway is only a little bit easier. New Haven, 95 northbound side crawling along through Milford and West Haven, all stemming from an earlier issue that's been cleared. On the Wilbur Cross, southbound, an accident to exit 53 in North Haven on the on-ramp. That's over in the shoulder. Northbound side, an accident in the construction zone in Meriden, approaching the 691 merge. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday, sunny with a high of 80. Saturday, sunny and cooler with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Somebody texted me. I guess they remembered girls on trampolines. This is back. I just go on YouTube. A lot of you even forgot about this show. There used to be a show that could never air today. You talk about a show that could never. Well, you could probably have it on Netflix or on HBO or whatever, or Max and whatever they're calling it. Jimmy Kimmel and Adam Carolla, The Man Show. And it was on, what was the channel? Oh, Spike TV, it used to be called. Anyway, it was just, well, it was a guy's show. The episodes, shockingly, a lot of them are still on YouTube. And again, it's just, and God bless Jimmy Kimmel. He has gone in 30 years from being like this 28-year-old pudgy, marginal comedian. Couple of my son's VHS videotapes of the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus. We used to go religiously to that. We used to have they used to use a VHS tape every year of the yearbook of the acts, where they're from, how they joined Ringling Brothers. And I think Jimmy Kimmel hosted a couple of those. So listen, the guys had a meteoric career here. But just to see him Mr. Progressive now and then 30 years ago, because he had to pay the rent, he's sitting there on a show whose main feature, whose most talked about feature, I kid you not, girls on trampolines. Just, there's a visual there. Trust me. And somebody just sent me an, oh my God. Thank you. You know who you are. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I got another text here. Yeah, I'm playing the shortened version of this. They heard the longer version, and Lisa Wexler, I guess, played that this morning, in which he was spoofing Trump for not seeming to be broken up over the Charlie Kirk thing. And yeah, that probably, and thank you for, that was Marion who texted that to me. Thank you. Yes, I saw that too. But again, they're all saying, and I was wondering about this. Thanks for bringing this up. They're all saying it had to, I guess the thing that got him really in trouble was, well, you'll hear it. Let's pull it up if you're just joining us. I guess what they're really upset about is his use of the phrase MAGA bunch.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Well, and again, the MAGA gang, and again, look, he can say whatever he wants, but after a while, him, everybody else, 10 years... It just, there's that big band song. Who did a version of that? Edie Gourmet. Remember the song One Note Samba? Remember that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And thank you to whomever texted in there, who apparently enjoyed the Girls on Trampolines reference. That was Jimmy Kimmel. But listen, hey, he had to pay the bills, I'm sure. Dave in Brantford. Dave, how are you?
Yeah, I do all right. I have two things, and I don't really like doing too much. So I'm looking at a magazine I've got from SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, that wacko left, and they publish a top 10 annually.
Yeah.
The title is The Year in Hate and Extremism.
Yeah.
The hard right is breaking democracy.
The hard right, yeah.
One of the feature stories is Turning Point USA.
Of course.
A case study.
Mm-hmm.
And you can guess that Mr. Kirk featured very prominently with, like 20 mentions of his name and the things that he said, which to my opinion is about family and religion. There's nothing kooky or extreme at all about it. But, this is the match that lights this kind of problem. That's my viewpoint.
Sure.
The other thing I want to comment on, I don't usually, but I did today. I watched The View.
Oh, Jesus.
To see what those very precinct women
Wait a minute. Dave, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you all right?
At 11 o'clock, I turned on The View and see what those shrill harpies, who are so certain and sanctimonious about everything they believe in, they didn't say a word about it. They didn't say a word about it. So they're very chicken, and the Good Morning America that comes on right after the news, not a word about it. So ABC is in lockdown mode. Don't say a word. Ignore the story. Let it pass.
Yeah, they got the memo. Well, what you're saying is, Dave, they all got the memo.
They got the memo. Even though they declare to the end of the road that nobody tells me what to say.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
okay.
Maybe not.
All right. Hi, Dave. Thank you. Appreciate it. Our friend Dave in Brentford. I didn't think about that. Yeah, well, they got the memo. And you know what? Listen, that's what you do. Trust me, I know in this business, if anybody on TV or radio, if you I have a dear friend. He may be listening now. I'm not going to get into the specifics of this because you could infer, okay, I remember that. When did that happen? And, okay, let me go to the team directory. I have a dear friend of mine, and this just, if you're listening, you know who you are, buddy, out there. He was working for let's just say a professional sports outlet when something very embarrassing happened, and it had nothing to do with sexual misconduct. No, it was just a locker room practicing, whatever. And he told and again, it was the kind of thing that the media eventually got hold of it, and it was handled, and it's still talked about today in professional sports. I don't want to mention it because you may remember it. And I said, well, how did you deal with that? And Dave's story today about The View and about Good Morning America not saying anything. He said, well, the first thing I did is I stood up in my office. I looked at the 3 or 4 people there and said, Don't answer the phone. No, nobody pick up the phone.
It's time to protect your business with PPC Alarms commercial security systems. PPC Alarms designs and installs customized security systems, including surveillance cameras, motion detectors, fire and water detection systems, license plate recognition cameras, and fleet management systems. PPC's customizable systems provide unmatched protection tailored to your company's needs, ensuring your business is always secure. Protect your business. Go to ppcalarms.com and get a complimentary evaluation. Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out connecticut-made.com and get made.
Save more on heating costs this winter with this special offer from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 now.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross northbound accident reported between exit 52 and exit 53. Backup starts at the West Rock Tunnel on 95. North and southbound heavy congestion through West Haven and Milford. Lower Fairfield County 95 north over an hour cringe through Fairfield. The Parkway is a little bit easier. Traffic report powered by Spectre Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectre Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas. Trusted for 135 years. SpectreFurniture.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's here to make the merit traffic just fly by. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And look, I said this from the beginning. Oh, and by the way, we're going to have the erstwhile, ever-popular Chris Williams coming up at the top of the hour after the news, who is going to read some of the answers to our Facebook question of the day. Facebook.com/voice of CT. No, it doesn't directly apply to the Man Show, but it should. No, I'm just kidding. The question today, should Jimmy Kimmel be suspended or fired for comments he made in the assassination, in the aftermath, rather, of Charlie Kirk's assassination? Listen, I know. No. And you know what? The White House should back off, and the FCC should back off. They should. You know what? You made your point. Now, maybe this is part of their plan here. Let's rattle the cage and say, hey, okay, get it. So, and yeah, have the late night shows become, with the exception of Fallon. Fallon gets it. He hosts the Tonight Show. That's a little different. I mean, in 100 years, they won't be talking about Jimmy Kimmel Live. They won't, or the Colbert Report. No, they'll be talking about the Tonight Show. And 100 years from now, it'll be probably still around. On probably their third or fourth additional host after Jimmy Fallon. So there you go. So once again, should Jimmy Kimmel be suspended or fired for comments he made in the aftermath of the Kirk assassination? You don't fire him, Now, again, you have Sinclair now, which is a station owner, but again, they have ABC affiliates. They're saying we're not going to clear or run the Tonight Show, Jimmy Kimmel Live, unless he makes a donation to the Kirk family and apologizes. So, now you're getting into speech stuff that's just going to glom everything up and gum up the works. You made your point. Move on. Because now it's in the news. See, what the White House should sit down, if this is their thinking, say, all right, we got people talking about it. That's it. Put the water in the pot. Turn the, the burner or the gas jet. Remember those? Hey, the gas jet's not shut off here. And it'll percolate. David Meriden's here. Dave, how are you, sir?
Good, Paul. Hey, first of all, I agree with Bill Maher. Shut the F up. These people, they don't listen, they don't learn until something like this happens.
Mm-hmm.
But, Kimmel was an employee of ABC, and the employer does have a right to have certain standards. And if they thought he crossed that line, well, then I guess they have the right to fire him or suspend him. So, should he be, you do have freedom of speech, but again, it's like you have certain things you can't do at the station, and they would have a right to get rid of you. But you use your head and you don't do those things.
Yeah, I mean, and Dave, thank you for the call, appreciated. Yeah, I mean, even in this business, where basically I was hired to give my opinion, but folks, believe me, there's some that you hear me sometimes going, no, don't say it, Listen, let me tell you something. Being in front of a camera or being in back of a microphone, it's intoxicating. It really is. You folks have no idea how incredibly intoxicating this is. And, radio's a rough business. We've all worked at 7 or 8 or 10 or 12 stations. We could be at one station for 7 or 8 years, then bye-bye. Or we can take a dopey job at some station and work there for 30 years. We don't know. But the whole thing of being in back of a microphone or in front of a camera. Now, the camera stuff with me is generally just in sports and hockey, which starts in a few weeks. Yes. Yes, you'll see me with a shirt and tie on. Odd, I know. Ask the people I work with. I'll actually, I comb my hair. I put product in my hair. We have people saying, that's not Paul. Yes, Mom, it is. Little inside joke there. But yeah, and now this is Matt and Trumbull, Matt and Fairfield, Bob and Trumbull. Hang on, this is what I wonder. And one of our callers asked before, like, was who decided to put this line in the monologue? Because it's not. You can tell this is not ad-libbed. And I wonder if you're lonesome tonight. No, I wonder if this monologue or what the practices are at ABC. It's called standards and practices. In other words, they have to basically, there is probably a couple of lawyers who they have to read over and read through the script of everything a network does. Not the news department, that's a separate thing, but, a sitcom, a drama, and their night shows. Hey, that's funny. No, you got to, and they'll tell you, no, you got to take it out. No, I know. Yeah, technically, blah, blah, blah. We can't do that. Because, again, it's all about advertising, folks, too. Remember, you've got, these shows cost and generate millions of dollars. Matt in Fairfield's here. Matt, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Well, your last 3 or 4 minutes of dialogue yourself was pretty much my whole point. Advertisers are the guys that give you your revenues. You got to keep them happy, and you can't speak out of line. But what irritates me is listening to, and there's other shows that come before yours, framing this as a freedom of speech issue. It is not. If you are required to not say some things in your dialogue to keep your advertisers and your employer happy, then it's not a freedom of speech issue at all. You are contractually obliged not to say certain things.
Yeah.
And that's that. Your freedom of speech is when you're off the radio and you can say what you want anywhere you go.
Yeah, and again, and Matt, I'm kind of in a unique situation, and radio and TV people kind of are, especially what I do here and what Lisa does and Melissa does and Bill Finch on the weekend and Fred Ebert on the weekend. We're kind of paid to give opinions. But, Matt, you're right. Even in our opinion capacity, there are certain lines we don't cross, and we're told that. You know
Absolutely.
What I mean? Yeah.
I worked for a major corporation years ago that I retired from.
Okay.
And if I had spoken to my customers and I profess things that were against company policy, against how they want to be viewed, I get lit up.
Yeah.
And that's not crossing my freedom of speech, because as an employee, I agree to toe the company line.
Well, and we saw that, and Matt, thank you. Great points there. Appreciate it. And we saw that when, remember the Colin Kaepernick thing? Here's a guy that still was on the early parts of a promising quarterback career in the NFL. He had been to the Super Bowl. He didn't like something that happened, right? And, Mr. Trump wasn't exactly gracious to Mr. Kaepernick. But having said that, the San Francisco 49ers said, hey, please don't take a knee on company time. You want to start a coalition, you want to start and do whatever in a youth group here, and I guess Kaepernick has been, active with that, whatever. But please don't, because you're wearing our uniform, the gold and red of the San Francisco 49ers. Don't do that. He did, and he's out of a gig. All right, Bob and Trumbull. Bob, you got about 30 seconds. Go. I understand you're a TV fan of a certain show, Bob.
Oh, the Man Show was great.
Yeah.
Including they had the toast, not only the jumping, but they had the toast where they handed out beer to everybody in the audience.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Bob, thank you. It's cutting-edge comedy, folks. And listen, I understand I forgot about that. I understand this is 30 years. Jimmy Kimmel is 57. Multi-millionaire. God bless him. His family is set up for generations. But just pull up the Man Show with Adam Carolla, who's now kind of rebooted his career. He's very much into politics, does live shows. But yes, Bob is right. Of course, the trampolines and the toast.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross northbound accident reported between exit 52 and exit 53. Backup starts at the West Rock Tunnel on 95. North and southbound heavy congestion through West Haven and Milford. Lower Fairfield County 95 north over an hour. Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is a little bit easier. Traffic report powered by Spectra Furniture. This September, make your home a haven with Spectra Furniture in Ansonia. Discover solid wood furniture, cozy recliners, and timeless sofas trusted for 135 years. SpectraFurniture.com. I'm Mitch Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday, sunny with a high of 80. Saturday, sunny and cooler with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Ah, yes, the Man Show. I'm sorry. And the only reason, it was 30 years ago, he had to pay his bills. I get it. But can you imagine doing that today? Man, oh man. Spike TV. Not a lot of overtly intellectual programming there. But then again, like Bob said, trampolines and beer. What else do you need? All right, coming up, Chris Williams reading the answers to our question of the day.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Congressional Democrats have unveiled a bill that would bolster free speech protections in the wake of Charlie Kirk's killing. And Representative Ro Khanna wants the FCC chair, Brendan Carr, to answer questions about his role in ABC's suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's late night show.
I'm introducing a motion to subpoena Brendan Carr, to bring him in front of this committee, to stop the intimidation of private businesses, and to stand up for the First Amendment.
Reporter Linda Kenyon on President Trump's comments today before leaving Britain.
Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk.
On other issues, including ending Russia's war against Ukraine.
The one that I thought would be easiest would be because of my relationship with President Putin, but he's let me down.
The president also said he disagreed with Prime Minister Starmer on recognition of a Palestinian state.
Trump has asked the Supreme Court to allow him to remove Lisa Cook from her position on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Legal analyst Laurie Levinson.
The appeal to going to the Supreme Court seeks to maximize the president's power. And it says, first, that Cook doesn't have any right to even challenge her continued service on the federal board. And moreover, it's totally up to the president to identify a cause for her termination.
Trump alleges Cook made misrepresentations on mortgage filings. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy's new Vaccine Advisory Committee kicked off a two-day session today, focusing on a combination vaccine today, which protects against measles and chickenpox. CBS's Mark Strassman reports the committee will make COVID-19 recommendations on Friday.
If the committee changes the recommendations for these vaccines, puts up impediments to consumers getting the vaccines, that is going to, of course, rankle many people who believe that these vaccines are key, especially to babies' health.
A new study finds homeowners' insurance costs have skyrocketed 70% over the past 5 years.
The data from ICE Mortgage Technology show the average homeowner with a mortgage now pays nearly $2,400 a year for insurance.
Climate change is driving up the costs for insurance companies. Since 2017, we've actually seen the industry as a whole be in the red.
Jeremy Porter is with First Street, which provides companies with climate risk data. He says a record number of homeowners are going uninsured.
Not having any kind of protection all of a sudden is a much bigger risk.
Porter says home buyers need to factor the higher insurance rates into their calculations.
Correspondent Michael Wallace on Wall Street. Stocks finished higher today. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
According to a news release issued this afternoon by Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale, the Connecticut Siting Council has unanimously voted to table a final decision on United Illuminating's plan to install electric monopoles throughout the municipalities of Fairfield and Bridgeport, saying the delay will offer time to work towards a better solution. The final decision is now scheduled to take place October 16th. Yesterday, a news conference was held by elected officials and community leaders from both Bridgeport and Fairfield to address the UI plan.
When I say polls, you say no. No. Polls. No. Polls. Polls. No. Polls. No. Polls. No. Polls. No. No polls.
The plan has been a topic of fierce debate in Fairfield County for months. This past Tuesday, Governor Ned Lamont himself called on UI to halt the plan so that the concerns of Fairfield and Bridgeport residents and officials could be heard. Bridgeport Democratic State Senator Heron Gaston thanked the governor and his colleagues for their work.
You all have some strong fighters up in Hartford, and I want you to know the governor showed up. And I must tell you that when Steve Stasham starts talking, the governor also starts listening. And so let's continue to lift our voices so we can continue to stand up for those that we represent. I appreciate it.
State GOP legislators today held a news conference amid rumors that the state might be considering using pension money to invest in keeping the WNBA's Connecticut Sun in the state. Greenwich Senator Ryan Fazio, who is also running for governor, said no legislators are really aware of the exact details.
We would love for the team to stay. We would love for more teams to come to Connecticut. But the question is a policy decision. You know, and as Senator Harding said, you're kind of making our points for us because we don't know any of the details here. And it's a $100 million decision that we don't know the details on. But what we know is that is not satisfactory. First of all, there needs to be transparency.
And Mystic is one of the best small towns on the East Coast for its dining options, according to FamilyVacationsUS.com. The website says Mystic's food scene is as captivating as its maritime history and storied past. While fresh and flavorful seafood takes center stage, it says restaurants have diversity, ensuring everyone can find something to satisfy their palates. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross northbound accident reported between exit 51 and exit 52 in Hampton has things backed up through the tunnel. Lower Fairfield County 95 north over an hour runs through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. Out of New Haven 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And that's Kraus WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
That's fantabulous having you here with us right here. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. So there you go. Listen, you as much as you know my political leanings, no, do not fire Jimmy Kimmel. Don't. Because it's not a good thing when any White House, anybody in the Oval Office, leans allegedly on the FCC chair who is, leaning on ABC. And this is the kind of thing now where voters hear this thing, oh, geez, I'm okay with Trump to a point, but he can't, he's got to stop doing this. Again, sometimes you got to back off the accelerator just a bit. Now, I can imagine them screaming and yelling at what Jimmy Kimmel said, and I guess it's the reference to the MAGA bunch and then some satirical lines about how Trump didn't seem broken up about Charlie Kirk's death. But again, it's just there's never a dull moment. But no, fire, and I'm seeing people on there, fire his ass. No. If you think somebody is making a fool of themselves, let them do it. But nonetheless, I asked the question here at Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Should Jimmy Kimmel be fired, which I say no, or suspended, well, maybe for a couple of days, for comments he made in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination? All right. Chris Williams is here. We'll get back to the phones. Ryan Fazio coming up on this plan to maybe save the WNBA's Connecticut Sun. But Chris has been looking through the answers today. Some of the answers very passionate, a little bit of heat in the discussion. Chris, what do you have for us?
Well, Dave said he's employed by ABC. If they don't want him saying things about certain subjects, then they have the right to fire him. I don't feel sorry for him with his $15 million salary. No from Chris. Two Chris's both say no. Lou says yes. Why? The employer can fire an employee. Doreen said an employer has the right to hire and fire people for their character and how they represent the company. Timmy said he doesn't think people care one way or the other. And no, says Donna, I didn't like his comments, but I abhor stifling free speech.
Yeah, listen, and you find out about people oftentimes through free speech. And you're like, well, okay, does he or she really think that? And then you make your decision as to what to do. Charles in Danbury's here at 4:10. Hey, Charles, good afternoon. How are you?
Doing good, Paul. 2 points to the Jimmy Kimmel here. First, you got to be very careful because the Trump administration is now setting a precedent. Because he's not going to be in power forever. If Democrats come over and take over and they hire their own people, who's to say that, they can say, well, Trump did this. No, we can do this. You guys set a precedent. And then the second thing is, you made a good point. I didn't think of this. Standards and practice. So if these comments by Jimmy Kimmel were approved by the standards and practice team, then it goes to say, well, you could go down the rabbit hole a little bit here. Apparently there's this big merger that ABC wants to do. Something $6 billion thing here.
Yep.
Okay, you got that. And then you have Trump, who's secretly been itching to stick it to Kimmel for all the stuff that Kimmel said about him.
Yeah. So
you put those two together, and then maybe Trump had whispered in the FCC's ear.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is something we can kind of pressure ABC on if they want this $6.5 billion merger to go through. They have to do something about Kimmel. So, the whole thing stinks to me. I don't buy that ABC, wanted to do it on their own. I think they kind of heard a little whisper from the FCC about this big $1 billion merger, and they're like, all right, we'll play the game. We'll suspend him, but maybe it ends up there. The final piece to it is Kimmel gets fired, and then that big merger can go through without a problem.
Yeah.
Which that all this is kind of like a little bit of a conspiracy, but maybe it's comes to truth.
Charles, thank you for the call. Good to hear from you. I don't think it's a conspiracy at all. I mean, listen, you have, you've got a scenario here where you have, a comedian, a late night host, who obviously him along with Stephen Colbert until he was let go, and Jimmy Fallon, and still on some other channels, what's his name there, Jon Stewart, and so, and I mean, after a while, as Bill Maher said a couple of weeks ago, you pound and you pound and you pound and you pound, and under the freedom of speech guidance, I get that. But every joke you tell, every night you do this, when it's the same one-note samba, and there's no change, and this guy's Hitler, and this guy's a fascist, and this guy's Mussolini, and this guy's Il Duce. This is why probably about half of the country, sadly, in my opinion, would say, fire Kimmel.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton presents the musical Little Women, September 19th through 28th. This heartfelt adaptation of Louisa May Alcott's beloved novel follows the adventures of the four March sisters, Jo, Meg, Beth, and Amy, as they grow up during the Civil War. The show explores love, family, and finding one's voice through emotion and the powerful soundtrack of the show. For tickets, visit centerstageshelton.org. Enjoy high-quality entertainment close to home at one of Connecticut's most beloved community theaters.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Wilbur Cross northbound accident reported between exit 51 and exit 52 in Hampton. Has things backed up through the tunnel. Lower Fairfield County 95 north over an hour crash through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. Out of New Haven 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high of 80. Saturday sunny and cooler with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Stay connected with Paul during the show at WICC 600 on Facebook. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll get back to the Jimmy Kimmel situation. Free speech at the workplace, free speech, not in the workplace, all that coming up. But, another big story out there today. State money, maybe taxpayer money, maybe state pension fund money to save, despite what the WNBA is saying and the NBA is saying, save the WNBA's Connecticut Sun from moving. You know my philosophy on this. Do we really want to use state money for this? The league, to me, and I've been following this stuff for years, sounds like, much the way that happened with the Hartford Whalers, apparent league doesn't see any value to advertisers or promotional people of keeping a team in Connecticut. Sad, but it is what it is. Once you get beyond Fairfield County. So what's going to happen now with maybe state money? Greenwich Republican State Senator Ryan Fazio joining us. Ryan also a declared candidate for governor on the Republican side. He took part in a news conference today. Ryan, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm good, Paul. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. All right, so what do you folks know about this, Ryan? Because we keep hearing, well, it could be bond money, it could be state pension money, it could be monopoly money, it could be counterfeit money. I don't know, just kidding. But are we still devoid, Ryan, of specifics on this or not?
Yeah, that's exactly the problem. We are devoid of specifics on a decision with state resources or possibly with state resources. We don't know that for sure. Of hundreds of millions of dollars, possibly implicating taxpayer money or state employee retirement money. It's, I think, a very low standard to expect that our state leaders can be transparent when discussing questions of hundreds of millions of dollars of state money, taxpayer money, or state employee pension money. We are simply saying, as Senate and House Republicans, that we should have oversight, we should have transparency, and when decisions are made like this, that there should be broad input rather than one person or a couple of people making the decisions of such significance.
And Ryan, it's interesting. You see and read, obviously, the same thing we do, whether it's in the news or on Tom Dudchik's side. You know, you basically have the WNBA, which is kind of still shepherded by the NBA and the Commissioner Adam Silver there, and the WNBA's commissioner saying, no, wait a minute. We will decide where this franchise goes if it leaves the state, leaves Connecticut, and we will decide who the purchaser will be, and we will decide what the sum, if any, will be. I mean, is anybody, Ryan, you tell my listeners, Ryan, is anybody in the Capitol paying attention? Because I don't know.
I think there might be a couple people, but that's the problem because decisions are made in such a concentrated manner. In this case, it might just be the treasurer who has ultimate sign-off. But even when we have legislation that goes through the legislature, it seems to be, the majority leaders, the speaker, the Senate president, and the governor and his chief of staff making decisions in a closed room without public input, without the minority party's input. And I think the best decisions have broad input, have transparency, and have bipartisan buy-in, not just one party's buy-in and not just their leadership. And that's what this looks like this might become as well. I mean, we want every business to succeed in Connecticut. I want the sun to stay in Connecticut. I want more teams to come to Connecticut. But how decisions are made and whether they benefit, say, taxpayers or, in this case, state employees and the retirement money is a major question, and how it's decided is a major issue.
And Ryan, finally on this subject, people are not realizing, I think, and I try to, inform them of this as much as possible. It's not just a piece of the team, right? They want a much better practice facility, and the dollar figure I've seen on that, I don't know if you've seen this, but, $100 million facility that the state would build and then lease back to the team. I mean, I don't know. That Ryan, I may be wrong here. You're the expert on this. I'm not. That looks like a lot of financial twister to me.
Yeah, exactly. So it's one thing if we, as a state, make an investment in a team. I think that's already, up against the line of what's reasonable. But, theoretically, it could be a good investment. But if we're also going to spend tens or hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars building out the facility to subsidize that investment, then it really becomes highly questionable. Theoretically, there is a world in which a decision could have a positive return for the state. But how it's done and whether it's carefully done and whether it protects taxpayers and state employees is a major question, and we deserve answers on that because we're not getting.
All right. And Ryan, finally, while I have you here, I ask everybody and anybody associated with reporting or at the Capitol, what are you hearing on the special session now? By the reporting we're seeing here, it's kind of like, well, this may not happen at all. There's no agreement on the housing bill. Anything new you're hearing, or are we still in a holding pattern here?
I'm sensing a pattern here because we don't know questions on a sports team investment. We don't know answers on a hospital deal. We don't know answers on a housing bill in a special session. The public doesn't know the senior members of the minority party and even some mid-level and senior members of the majority party, the Democrats, don't seem to know these are behind closed door decisions, but they have major implications for zoning, development, local control, and the future of the state. Our state deserves transparency and buy-in. There needs to be checks and balances. We're not getting that right now.
All right, Ryan Fazio. Ryan, thanks. Take care. We'll chat down the road, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, Ryan Fazio, Republican State Senate member, Greenwich, and declared Republican gubernatorial candidate. Make sure we mention that in the spirit of the fairness. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So again, folks, like Ryan said, not being partisan here, but the facts are the facts. Parts is parts. Facts is facts here. This whole thing with the Connecticut Sun is not being discussed openly. It's behind closed doors. As he said, not only shutting out the Republicans, but shutting out even some centrist and moderate Democrats. So that's not being done in an open, free, and fair form with the Connecticut Sun. You're not hearing much, if anything, about this special session. And now we're talking about a $400 million hospital deal. And again, not saying these are good or bad things. Lay out the money here. Lay out the spending. What are you using? Tax revenue, general fund revenue? Are you, I don't know. Are you using, come on, if you're a state employee, pension money. Now, again, Eric Russell, the state treasurer, as Ryan said, he, under the Constitution of the state, I guess, would have the ultimate sign-off to this, right?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross northbound accident reported between exit 51 and exit 52 in Hampton as things backed up through the tunnel. Lower Fairfield County 95 north over an hour crash through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. Out of New Haven, 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And that's Kraus WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You've heard the term fall cleanup, and now make sure that getting your trees assessed on your property is part of the to-do list. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I've told you all about working with K&J Tree Service and having a free tree risk assessment done. My friend Mark over at K&J came out to our home back in the spring, and he identified a couple of trees that could be a real problem. We didn't have to remove the trees, but we did do some work to make sure they weren't going to be an issue if the next storm hit and caused destruction. Right now, as the seasons are changing, it is the perfect time to give your trees the care they deserve. At K&J Tree Service, they're offering a limited time 10% discount on all services to help you prepare your landscape for the winter months ahead. Whether you need pruning, trimming, or complete tree removal, their team of skilled professionals is ready to enhance the beauty and safety of your property. Don't wait until it's too late. Call them directly at 203-248-TREE or schedule an appointment at kjtreeservice.com. Take advantage of the incredible offer right now at K&J Tree Service. Go to kjtreeservice.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Congressional Democrats have unveiled a bill that would bolster free speech protections. The bill comes after ABC suspended comedian Jimmy Kimmel's late night show following a threat from the head of the Federal Communications Commission, Senator Chuck Schumer.
Where are our Republican colleagues in denouncing this stuff?
President Trump is returning to the U.S. from Britain, where he said today he wants a massive military base in Afghanistan returned. Bagram was taken over by the Taliban during the U.S. withdrawal.
They need things from us. We want that base back.
He also said President Putin has let him down. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi in London.
He said he didn't regret inviting Putin to Alaska, but he also said that he hopes that European countries stop buying Russian oil, or at least refined Russian energy from other countries.
Trump said if oil prices come down, Russia will settle, ending the war in Ukraine. On Wall Street today, stocks are higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
According to a news release issued this afternoon by Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale, the Connecticut Siting Council has unanimously voted to table a final decision on United Illuminating's plan to install electric monopoles throughout the municipalities of Fairfield and Bridgeport, saying the delay will offer time to work towards a better solution. The final decision is now scheduled to take place October 16th. Yesterday, a news conference was held by elected officials and community leaders from both Bridgeport and Fairfield to address the UI plan.
When I say polls, you say no. No. Polls. No. Polls. Polls. No. Polls. No. Polls. No. Polls. No. No polls.
The plan has been a topic of fierce debate in Fairfield County for months. This past Tuesday, Governor Ned Lamont himself called on UI to halt the plan so that the concerns of Fairfield and Bridgeport residents and officials could be heard. Bridgeport Democratic State Senator Heron Gaston thanked the governor and his colleagues for their work.
You all have some strong fighters up in Hartford, and I want you to know the governor showed up. And I must tell you that when Steve Stasham started talking, the governor also starts listening. And so let's continue to lift our voices so we can continue to stand up for those that we represent. I appreciate it.
State GOP legislators today held a news conference amid rumors that the state might be considering using pension money to invest in keeping the WNBA's Connecticut Sun in the state. Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding talked about the influence the WNBA has on a potential sale and or move.
What involvement does WNBA have in all this? My understanding, which we have received little to no information other than drips and drabs from the press, is that the WNBA basically has veto majority or has a veto on this. So what is the likelihood that we may potentially put pension funds at risk or be involved in this, and the WNBA might turn around and say, we're not going to allow this.
State environmental officials are seeking to increase awareness as the fall wildfire season approaches. The usual wildfire season in Connecticut runs from October until the first significant snowfall of winter. However, the recent dry conditions are increasing the possibility of wildfires in the state earlier than usual. State officials say most wildfires are started by humans, meaning most are preventable. People are urged to do everything possible to reduce the possibility of sparking a wildfire. The State Department of Motor Vehicles experienced a system-wide service outage yesterday. All appointments for in-person services were canceled because of the outage and will have to be rescheduled. The DMV reported that by late afternoon yesterday, the issue had been resolved. The cause of the outage was determined to be a problem that arose during routine maintenance. The suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's late-night show has prompted responses from multiple state officials who worry that the move by ABC is politically motivated and represents a threat to free speech. Kimmel's suspension comes after comments that he made on air regarding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. On his social media page, Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy called the suspension, quote, a call to mobilize.
The systematic destruction of free speech in this country. It is Donald Trump using the power of the White House, in this case, the power of his regulatory agencies, to try to shut down any speech that opposes him.
4th District Democratic Congressman Jim Himes also took to social media to express his shock at the decision.
The point of this country is to allow each and every American to articulate the beliefs that they have without any fear of reprisal.
Governor Ned Lamont held a news conference yesterday to address concerns about immigration and customs enforcement agents in Connecticut schools. At the news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, the governor reiterated his promise to protect Connecticut students.
We're doing everything we can to make sure your child is safe and to make sure you feel that they are safe. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And there are very few instances. I don't want to overstate what's going on here, but precaution makes sense.
The two incidents referenced include one student who was held for months in an ICE detention facility before recently being released. The other was a high school student in Meriden who was detained just days before his graduation. State Republicans have pushed back against the governor, with House Minority Leader Vin Candelora releasing a statement that read, in part, quote, using school children as political leverage is unconscionable. And Chase Bank has announced that one of its branches in Bridgeport is closing. Chase indicates that the branch on Boston Avenue near Route 8 and the Beardsley Zoo will be shut down in December. The closure will leave Chase with two branches in Bridgeport, one on State Street and the other on Main Street. The 10 employees at the branch that is closing will be offered jobs at other company locations. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross northbound accident reported between exit 51 and exit 52 in Hampton as things backed up through the tunnel. Lower Fairfield County 95 north over an hour runs through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier. Out of New Haven 95 south jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge. Traffic report is powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And that's Kraus, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high of 80. Saturday sunny and cooler with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Never miss a moment when you listen through your Amazon Echo.
It's Connecticut Today.
It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, you folks in Fairfield and Bridgeport along the route of those proposed monopoles, you're happy today. According to the First Selectman's office in Fairfield, the Connecticut Siting Council unanimously voted to table the final decision. Heeding a call from elected officials, municipal leaders, and residents of Fairfield and Bridgeport by voting to delay action on UI's proposed monopole project along the southern route of the Metro-North Railroad tracks, says here, the delay is important and a step toward ensuring that the voices of our communities are heard and the alternatives to the current proposal are given serious consideration. All right. Now, understand something here. You got to understand something. UI is saying, Avangrid and UI are saying, okay, we can bury these lines. We won't put them on these monopoles, but that's going to cost another $300 to $800 million bucks. So they're not going to. Somebody's going to pay for this. And again, I know it's two bad choices. I get it. They're large poles. People say they're monstrosities. They're 100 and something feet in the air. They carry these high tension lines, and UI says this is the best way to do it. You want to bury these lines, fine, but do you realize the project here? So listen, if the Siding Council says no, okay, then we're going to bury the lines, and it's going to cost you another $800 million. Okay, just saying. Randy in Easton. Randy, how are you?
That's a lot of digging.
Oh, my, what a nightmare.
You're right. You're totally right. It's two horrible choices.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Like my show.
We all need
show.
electricity. So.
Like my show. The horrible beginning or the horrible end. No.
So on Kimmel.
Yeah.
My take, I'll widen the lens a little bit, but I did some quick research. It looks like the revenue for his show is $70 million a year, roughly. Yeah. He gets an average of 17 to 18 million viewers a night.
That's good.
So, way better than any cable TV show, I think, right? Certainly better than any MSNBC or CNN or Fox show with that. Yeah. And it looks like, as best I can tell, he's taken 15 million of that 70.
And if he's bringing in that much in this day and age, he's worth that.
That's where I'm going. So let's say you got 55 left. Let's say half of it. Let's say it costs 30 million of cost with all the people and everything to make that show. You still bring in 20, 25 million to the bottom line. So I think the only reason he was fired is not that the bosses weren't happy or he stepped over. The Trump administration coerced the parent company, Disney, to get rid of the show so the merger can happen.
Either that, Randy, or they're afraid. And man, Trump and his people, if he goes out there and every conservative host in America says, hey, folks, look who's advertising with Jimmy Kimmel here. Okay, so you know what I mean, Randy?
I do.
Yeah.
That used to be called cancel culture,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And I guess so. Widening the lens, and this is me.
Yeah.
But he's our president is, in my view, silencing his critics.
That's
Colbert,
not good. Not
unlike
good.
PBS, get rid of them.
Not good.
Telling law firms what clients they can take. Telling Walmart and Amazon what their pricing should be, rewriting history with the Smithsonian. This is why I use the word unashamedly of authoritarian.
And
I agree, totalitarian Nazi. We don't need to do that.
So Randy, does the progressive side of the aisle, or maybe mainstream Democrats, can they discipline themselves enough to say, okay, we're being given now a batting practice fastball right down the middle? What do we do with it?
We can't organize a trip to the bathroom. No. I don't know who our leader is. I mean, I agree with the platform. If I look on their website and look at the platform, I agree with most of the stuff.
Yeah.
But now here's my last conspiracy theory thing.
Yes.
Look at what we're not talking about anymore.
What, Epstein?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Could be.
Call me crazy. The older I get, the less I believe in coincidence.
You know my theory on the Epstein files, right?
What?
Look, here's my theory. Now, you and I are guys of a certain age, right? We grew up with a term called MAD, mutually assured destruction, where the Russians, the Chinese, and all of us got together and said, we're going to keep these weapons, but you do know that if one is fired, a whole bunch more are fired, and it's the end of the world. I think
that is totally appropriate here.
Yeah.
I just don't get what it is.
Yeah.
And it's clear that I'm going to release him when he's campaigning, and then Bondi, they're on my desk. They're coming. They're coming. They're right around the. That's it. No, we're shutting it down.
Yeah, Randy,
there's been a very artful.
Yeah.
I got to say, distractions every week, every other week, all during Congress's recess. And they tried to bring it back with the abuse, the women who were abused, and that got some headlines, but it's now below the fold.
I think there's a gentleman's agreement, Randy, that both sides know what's in there, and they go, they sit across from each other with a couple of good stiff martinis, and they say, no, not worth it, no, because no.
I can't give you a counter argument to that.
No. Thank you, Randy. Appreciate it, my friend. Thanks. All right, folks, that is, I'm telling you, that's my argument. That the Epstein files could cause a catastrophic damage to both sides. And they talk a lot about it, but there is this, again, gentleman's agreement, mutually assured destructions, we ain't going there.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
You can travel the country visiting colleges, or you can attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair. The largest college and career fair in Connecticut is Tuesday, September 30th at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. What's your next step after high school? Attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair on September 30th. It's free and open to all high school students and families. ctcollegefair.com. That's ctcollegefair.com.
Serving my country required sacrifice that changed my life forever. I remember the day I came home. Because of my injuries, this house wasn't right for me anymore. I remember the narrow doorways, the small bathrooms, the shelves out of reach when in my wheelchair. Every day was full of obstacles. I felt trapped. I remember a better day, the day my family received a specially adapted custom home from Homes for Our Troops. That day changed everything. Now we have a safe and accessible home to enjoy the freedom I fought for. This place, our home, is exactly what we needed to rebuild our lives.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post-9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It was a record-setting day on Wall Street, a late burst of enthusiasm, if you will, for the Fed's quarter-point rate cut amid expectations that we could see another 2 cuts before the end of the year. Each of the major averages either hit an intraday all-time high or closed at record levels. The Dow up 124 points to 46,142. The S&P up 31 to a new high of 6631. The Nasdaq up 209 points. Intel helping up a lot. It was up 22%. NVIDIA investing $5 billion in the company. The Nasdaq ending at 22,470. And the small cap Russell 2000, the small stock index, hit a record all-time high as well. Bond market saw yields back up today with the yield on the 10-year note hitting 4.11% and the dollar firmed. That put downward pressure on commodities as oil slipped 37 cents to $63.68 a barrel and gold slid $39 to $36.78 the ounce. But again, a positive response, even if it was delayed somewhat after yesterday's mixed close, to the Fed's rate-cutting efforts.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour credits through Fairfield Parkway is easier. Further ahead on 95, heavy congestion. Delays Milford Connector going through West Haven. Southbound, you're jamming through Long Wharf as well. Wilbur Cross, residual delays in Hampton from an earlier problem. And 84 eastbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge. Then Crafts, WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
There's a lot happening around the world. Tell Paul how it impacts you. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, let's go back to the phones here. Cecil, hang on. We'll be right to you. Let's go to Leo in North Haven, or as my father's customers used to call it, North Haven. Leo, how are you?
Very well, and let me start off by saying that I love WICC, Lisa Wexler show. I just adore her.
Okay.
Your show, I don't know. Look, on the fence there. No, I'm only kidding. You're great. I love what you do. I'm an avid listener.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
I have to talk about the Kimmel's original issues started with. Wasn't the FCC, wasn't Trump's pressure, it wasn't ABC, it was Sinclair and Nexstar media companies deciding to drop Kimmel's show.
Well, let me give you the latest, Leo. I'm glad you brought that up because there is something here. And hang on a second, Leo. Now, here's your point here. On Thursday, which I guess is today, right? Yeah. Sinclair Broadcasting, a rival local TV giant with a conservative bent, upped the ante even further, saying, get this now, that ABC's suspension of Kimmel was insufficient and announcing it will yank Jimmy Kimmel Live from its stations until he apologizes directly to Kirk's family and donates to his political activist group. So you've got ABC, you've got, as you say, Sinclair, and another company involved here, and here we are. Nexstar. Yeah.
Now, Nexstar actually put out a statement, and they were saying that his rhetoric, Kimball's, does not serve their viewing public. So this comes down to dollars and cents, not free speech, not political issues. It's just a business decision, and all these Democrats and all these naysayers are putting it on Trump or the FCC. No, it was a business decision that was initiated by both Sinclair and Nexstar. And if they just get their facts straight, I would appreciate it greatly.
I think, and Leo, thank you for the call and the kind words, my friend. Appreciate it. I think there's a lot at work here. And I think in the end, a lot of this we're going to find out, maybe in one way or the other, as Leo just said, might be a business decision. Because, again, I wonder if, and I doubt anybody will admit to this, did the FCC chair, which he shouldn't be doing, did he go to ABC and say, hey, you don't want us sending talking points to all the conservative radio hosts and people around the country, and you don't want, Fox and MSNBC and CNN to have to say, well, hey, look at this. There's a boycott, a national, well, half the country, is going to boycott all these advertisers on ABC. So, yeah, I agree with Leo. There is, I don't know what it is, how much of it is, but there is kind of a business angle to this. Because if there wasn't, and with a merger and everything, wouldn't ABC say, hey, Mr. President, we'll see you in court? I don't know. Cecil is with us this afternoon. Cecil, how are you, sir?
I'm all right, Paul. How you doing, brother?
Cecil, I'm living the dream, brother. That's what I can tell you.
Paul, believe me, it's good being able to talk to you and be able to get my point across to you because, like feeling kind of like out there on the river, like I feel like I've been left out to the sea and left to dry. And I'm saying, what did I do wrong? I mean, I'm sorry to anybody if I offended anybody because that was not my intention if I did. Because I don't know of anybody that I offended, Paul. And if anybody did, tell them I'm sorry because please let me know what I said or didn't say because
well, you didn't say anything.
I like Lisa's show. I like Melissa's show. Okay, Paul, we need people like you to speak about issues and to bring our officials to the forefront.
Yeah.
People like myself, Paul, that's been out there in the valley for about 60 years and I'm more fighting for people's rights and fighting to be people heard. I want to say, Paul, that I do a talk show on YouTube, all right?
Yeah.
Called the Cecil Young Show.
Yeah.
If you could tune into that show and just hear some of the issues that I've been raising over the last 60 years, I would appreciate that because so people will understand that it's not about me, it's about we. Okay, I believe in right and wrong, Paul. And if I'm wrong, if I did somebody wrong, please tell me so I can correct it because I'm not about agitation. I'm not about trying to create no problem with anybody. But, yes, I will defend my rights to be heard, Paul.
Okay.
I believe in the First Amendment, okay, and that's all I've ever tried to do is speak my mind, and that's all I wanted to say to you tonight, and I thank you for hearing my thoughts.
All right, Cecil. Good man. Thank you, Cecil. Be good. Listen, just don't, and I say this to Cecil or anybody else, don't worry about the haters. Haters are going to hate. That's it. There's a lot of hate out there, a lot of jealousy, a lot of anger. Now, I used to get all worried about what people thought about me. And then you kind of get to that age. I don't know what that age is. I'm 64 now. I feel great. I feel 10, 15 years younger. I'm having a blast. But I think it's maybe like, I don't know, the last 4, 5, 6 years. Like, I suddenly don't now. I got to pay my bills. I get that. I understand that. But I don't care what you think about me in a benevolent kind of way. Well, I think you're a racist. All right, whatever. Yeah, okay. What time's the Jets game Monday or Sunday? You know what I mean? I mean, I just don't care. I was so wrapped up for you, and I think we all are. And sometimes I still am. But we're so wrapped up in what people cared about. No, Paul, I keep telling myself. I have great conversations with myself. It's a captive audience, you know? And since the new medication kicked in, it's more fun. I'm kidding. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is easier. Further ahead on 95, heavy congestion delays. Milford Connector going through West Haven. Southbound, you're jamming through Long Wharf as well. Wilbur Cross, residual delays in Hampton from an earlier problem. And 84 eastbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge. Mitch Kraus, WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday, sunny with a high of 80. Saturday, sunny and cooler with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Many tire dealers will sell you Falcon tires, but Town Fair Tire doesn't just sell Falcon tires, they sell them at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, they give you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. That's an unbeatable deal only Town Fair Tire can offer, because Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, so what say you about this whole thing? And remember, too, we're talking about the Jimmy Kimmel thing. And you should be concerned about this because, listen, one thing we've always prided ourselves on is the ability to laugh at ourselves. And I said this earlier, that even in times in this country when, you know, news people or even hosts like Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon, going back to Leno and, you know, Letterman and Carson would kind of tread lightly on that stuff. I mean, they would cut jokes, but it would be, you know, lightly. We always had comedians, right, filling in the gaps there. And now that's kind of segued to the late night host. But think about it, and I always, you know, you go back to the great comedians, and even the ones today that aren't afraid to take what they see in life and just put it out there. I mean, the great one. Now, look, you can arguing your favorite comedian is like arguing your favorite drummer or your favorite guitar player or who's the greatest pitcher of all time. You can, for hours, you know, give me another beer. Okay, here we go, Maud. But I think we're okay with searing commentary from people who are supposed to make us laugh and make us look at it and say, well, versus maybe talk show hosts or late night hosts where you say, hey, aren't you supposed to appeal to a wide swath in America? I don't know. But look at the people. I mean, again, to me, George Carlin, Richard Pryor in the past, Lenny Bruce maybe. Modern day, to me, the two greats are, Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle. And maybe people are all right with that, but maybe they get, little offended at the late night guys. I don't know. But yeah, Randy called in earlier. No, the late night, now I guess Colbert wasn't doing as well. I don't know. But yeah, late night television. Don't fall for the trope that, nobody watches TV and broadcast TV. No, they do. Millions of people do. Millions of people still watch the network nightly newscast too. So don't buy this thing from your grandkids or your kids. Nana, nobody watches television anymore. Oh, yeah, kid, they do.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Congressional Democrats have unveiled a bill to bolster free speech protections in the wake of Charlie Kirk's killing. Senator Chuck Schumer.
One of the great hallmarks of our country is free speech, whether you agree or disagree. And this administration is trying to snuff it out. They don't want people to even speak when they don't like what they say.
Representative Ro Khanna wants FCC Chair Brendan Carr to appear before Congress to explain his role in the suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's show. He said the administration is making comedy illegal. Jennifer Kuiper reports.
David Letterman, during a sit-down with Jeffrey Goldberg at the Atlantic Festival, didn't hold back when the topic of the Jimmy Kimmel Live show being preempted indefinitely by Disney's ABC came up.
It's silly, it's ridiculous, and you can't go around firing somebody because you're fearful or trying to suck up to an authoritarian criminal administration in the Oval Office. That's just not how this works.
Letterman calls it managed media. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy's new Vaccine Advisory Committee has begun its two-day meeting. It is expected to release its recommendations on the COVID-19 vaccine tomorrow. CBS's Mark Strassman is there.
The more steps, the more impediments you put in the way between the consumer and the dose of whatever vaccine the consumer is potentially interested in, the less likely it is for the consumer to get that. So that is really what's at stake here, is whether the consumer is still going to have the option to get the vaccine as easily as he or she has in years past.
President Trump is heading back to the U.S. from Britain. Before leaving, he held a news conference with Prime Minister Keir Starmer and was asked about sanctions on Russia. He insisted European countries must first stop purchasing its oil.
I'm willing to do other things, but not when the people that I'm fighting for are buying oil from Russia. If the oil price comes down, very simply, Russia will settle.
And he said he wants the Taliban to return a massive air base in Afghanistan that the U.S. evacuated during the withdrawal.
It's one of the biggest air bases in the world. We gave it to them for nothing. We're trying to get it back, by the way. Okay, that could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back.
Trump suggested U.S. troops could return to Bagram because of its proximity to China. It's unclear if the U.S. has had any direct or indirect conversations with the Taliban government. On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. The Dow was up 124 points. The Nasdaq up more than 200. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
According to a news release issued this afternoon by Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale, the Connecticut Siting Council has unanimously voted to table a final decision on United Illuminating's plan to install electric monopoles throughout the municipalities of Fairfield and Bridgeport, saying the delay will offer time to work towards a better solution. The final decision is now scheduled to take place October 16th. Yesterday, a news conference was held by elected officials and community leaders from both Bridgeport and Fairfield to address the UI plan.
When I say pause, you say no. No. Pause. No. Pause. Pause. No. Pause. No. Pause. No. Pause. No. No pause.
The plan has been a topic of fierce debate in Fairfield County for months. This past Tuesday, Governor Ned Lamont himself called on UI to halt the plan so that the concerns of Fairfield and Bridgeport residents and officials could be heard. Bridgeport Democratic State Senator Heron Gaston thanked the governor and his colleagues for their work.
You all have some strong fighters up in Hartford, and I want you to know the governor showed up. And I must tell you that when Steve Stasham started talking, the governor also starts listening. And so let's continue to lift our voices so we can continue to stand up for those that we represent. I appreciate it.
State GOP legislators today held a news conference amid rumors that the state might be considering using pension money to invest in keeping the WNBA's Connecticut Sun in the state. Greenwich Senator Ryan Fazio, who was also running for governor, laid out the Republican Party's thoughts.
We are not calling for anything different than what any other state in the country and its taxpayers and its state's employees have. Connecticut is one of just 50 states that now has a sole fiduciary in its elected state treasurer responsible himself or herself for the management of tens of billions of dollars of funds without legal oversight that is adequate for the protection of those people, for our state, its taxpayers, and its state employees.
And Connecticut Food Share has received a $100,000 donation to help fight hunger in the state. The donation was awarded to the Wallingford-based food bank yesterday by Philip Morris International as part of Hunger Action Month. The nonprofit group says the donation will help it provide 200,000 meals to residents who are dealing with food insecurity. Food Share officials say 1 in 7 Connecticut residents are food insecure. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour Greenwich through Fairfield Parkway is easier. Further ahead on 95, heavy congestion delays Milford Connector going through West Haven. Southbound, you're jamming through Long Wharf as well. Wilbur Cross, residual delays in Hampton from an earlier problem. And 84 eastbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge. Mitch Kraus, WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And in case you're just getting in your car, hopping on your motorcycle, getting in that SUV, getting in that EV, how are you? Hope your day was good. You and I together at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talking about the Jimmy Kimmel thing, but big local news. Opponents of that high-voltage transmission line in Fairfield County says here in the Connecticut Mirror, well, you guys and gals got a temporary reprieve today, nothing permanent. The Connecticut Siting Council voting to table the issue because, of course, they need more time to study alternative routes. This came 2 days after Governor Ned Lamont waded in over the transmission line. He wrote a letter to the Siting Council asking it to postpone a final vote that had been set for Thursday. Lamont said he was meeting behind the scenes with UI about a compromise. Now, a lot of people say, well, these monopoles that are 100 and something feet high, they're supposed to run along the Metro North tracks in Fairfield and Bridgeport. A lot of people say, why don't we bury the lines? Well, it's not that easy. It's not. The proposed route has drawn the ire, got me ire up, of local residents and town officials who say the height of the poles up to 195 feet, those are big uns there, they would tower over neighborhoods while suspending high-voltage wires near homes, businesses, churches, and a library. Part of the easement being sought by UI to build the transmission line passes directly over the sanctuary basketball court and playground of the Shiloh Baptist Church, an 85-year-old congregation located in the south end of Bridgeport. And, of course, the Reverend Carl McCluster is there, and he's been on this show numerous times. So there you go. All right. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Gene in Stratford. Gene, you're going to get that work. I'm telling you, burying the power lines. You're going to get to bury those power lines.
Well, if I get that work, I got to work 2 jobs to pay for it. Because if you look at the Connecticut Post article today,
yeah,
$100 a month on our electric bill.
Yeah.
If they bury it $50 to $75 more. And, some of the clarification, the right-of-way goes along the railroad, which has catenary wires for the railroad, has the current monopoles. The reason they're so tall is because they have to build them around the existing ones so we never lose service, then remove the other ones. So I'm just not hearing the whole story put out there, right? But just to fuel the fire of the utility rising costs, too. The next one that's coming in October, so get ready, is the takeover of Aquarian Water by Regional Water.
Oh,
That
yes,
one, I think people should be more outraged about, because they'll purchase the company for $2 billion. We will pay for it. The towns will lose the property tax that they get from Aquarian, paying property tax on their assets, and our water bills are going to go up. And it's gaining a lot of steam. There's a lot of opposition, but I don't know. I got a bad feeling about it, and I'm more concerned about that than the monopoles. I can't campaign enough for the cost of going underground. It's going to cost us big money. We got to think about this. We're not going to be able to afford all these utility increases.
Yeah. Gene, you're breaking up a little bit, but thank you, sir. Appreciate the call there. Yeah, folks, listen. Look, it's going to be interesting to see what the alternative routes can be. Maybe they use a smaller pole if they go a different route. I don't know. I'm not an electric engineer. I don't know. But I was talking with somebody earlier today that kind of knows a little theory about that. Staff member here at Connoisseur. You've got. I mean, talk about high voltage of those lines. It's not easy to bury those things with all the shielding and how deep they have to be. It's not like you just dig a ditch. All right, is that deep enough? What do you think? I don't know. Throw the line in there. It's only 10,000 volts on this line. My God. And again, folks, this illustrates something that drives me nuts. We do this stuff in Connecticut piecemeal. We get all wrapped up in these individual projects, and I get it. Listen, the governor's got his job. The Siding Council has their job. UI has to keep cranking out power, Avangrid, Eversource, whatever. But we don't seem to have a comprehensive strategy. And every time there are calls for a comprehensive strategy, so we don't do this piecemeal, everybody yells and screams, where's the line going to go? Where's the wire going to go? We can't use fossil fuels. We can't use natural gas. We need more wind. We can't have wind. Shut off the nuclear power out there and had it. I mean, my God. So again, just to summarize, you've gotten a reprieve on those monopoles for about a month, right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So you've got about a month before we do this all the heck over again.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012 when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open 6 days a week to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 860-645-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Wednesday, September 24th, Sister Hazel, and Thursday, September 25th, the band Perry both play the Big E. Saturday, September 27th, you have a choice. Joe at College Street Music Hall or Train at the Big E. Sunday, September 28th, the Spin Doctors play Harbor Park in Middletown. Monday, September 29th, Natasha Bedingfield performs at Toad's Place. Tuesday, September 30th, it's 21 Pilots at Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Thursday, October 2nd, see a flock of seagulls at Fairfield Theater Company. Friday, October 3rd, Flo Rida, and Saturday, October 4th, T-Pain, both at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Friday, October 10th, Casey and the Sunshine Band are at the Palace Theater in Stamford, and Sunday, October 12th, see Borns at Toad's Place in New Haven.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier on the Upper Merritt southbound. We do have an accident reported approaching Route 8 on 95 out of New Haven. Jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now playing your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. And then Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday, sunny with a high of 80. Saturday, sunny and cooler with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, or Fairfield County and affects your world, Paul is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A couple things here as we wind down, but of course, if you want to talk about that siding council deal or Jimmy Kimmel or whatever, come on in. The water's fine. Lots of chlorine here. No, you won't contract any brain-eating crustaceans here or anything. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Did you see this? Boy, I got to tell you, you talk about throwing people under the bus. Man, Kamala Harris, she's on a roll here. This now, this story is all over the place. Now, she has a book coming out. Okay, fine, that's good. Hope a lot of people, Ms. Harris, read your book. Hope you make a lot of money off it. Kamala Harris says Pete Buttigieg was her first choice for vice president in 2024, but he proved too risky, which, again, is no surprise. What have I been telling you about Pete Buttigieg? He's real good. He's smooth. He's very good on the Sunday shows and the cable talk shows, dissecting matters. Good guy, policy wonk here, but he wasn't real popular as the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, and he's gay. Now, I don't care if somebody's gay, straight, bisexual, they make love to trees. I don't care. What's your policy about? But former VP Kamala Harris revealed in her upcoming book that former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg was her first choice to be a running mate, but he would have proved too risky. The Atlantic reported on an excerpt of her book, 107 Days, on Wednesday, detailing Harris's assessment that Buttigieg would have been an ideal partner if I were a straight, white woman. Oh. But we were already asking a lot of America to accept a woman, a black woman married to a Jewish man, the former VP wrote. Part of me wanted to say, screw it, let's just do it, but knowing what was at stake, it was too big of a risk. Boy, I got to tell you, Madam VP, nothing like tossing Pete Buttigieg under a bus and tossing the guy you ran with, Tim Walz, under a bus. Hey, did she say this with a straight face? And I think Pete also knew that, to our mutual sadness. So wait a minute. You're saying that I think you're a great candidate, Pete, but because I'm black and a woman or mixed race and a woman and you're a gay white man, I can't pick you. Really? Now, I understand the political realities. I understand what she's saying, but you actually come out and say that? If you're Pete Buttigieg, what are you thinking here? So as a gay man, I'm only okay if you were a white woman married to a white man? Oh, come on. The former transportation secretary was on the short list for Harris's running mate last year, and former President Biden dropped out of the race following pressure, yada, yada, yada. Other potential candidates included Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, who's Beshear is great. Beshear might be their 2028 candidate. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who basically didn't get it because he's Jewish, because the lefty psychos in the Democratic Party will not vote for a Jew. They just won't. I know you don't like to hear that, but they're not going to. And Governor Tim Walz, who Harris ultimately went with. Tim Walz is a flaming moron. Did you hear what he did a couple of weeks ago when there was rumors that Trump may have been sick or whatever because he wasn't seen for 3 or 4 days? And there's this video clip that's floating all over the internet, and he was appearing somewhere, and he held up the phone and goes, there's no good news today. We might get some news. So here is a moron named Tim Walz, who was almost VP, saying, hey, it's bad news that Donald Trump is still alive. But this is the guy who was almost vice president, because Kamala Harris is now saying, well, Pete Buttigieg is good, but he's gay, and because I'm black and a mixed race person or whatever, and I have a white husband, I couldn't take you, Tim, because you were gay. Oh, my God. Yikes. 333-9422, 333-WICC. And if you're Tim Walz, how are you feeling? Well, she said she liked the gay guy better, but she took me instead because she's mixed race and married to a white guy. Oh, my God. What has happened to the party of FDR, of JFK, of Harry Truman, of Barack Obama, of Bill Clinton? And the fact that she admits this, now I understand she's trying to sell books. You want to get, I guess, an authentic book out there? And she says she discussed it with, I don't know. I just think sometimes some stuff is better left. Now, I don't know. Is this a way, do they see this as a roundabout way to maybe, I don't know, bolster Buttigieg for 2028? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But to say, it would have been taking too much of a risk. Yet, we hear people in their campaign all along said her internal polling wasn't real good, which kind of shows maybe they ran, did some research, Pete Buttigieg and Kamala Harris, and maybe they didn't. Maybe the numbers weren't there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the numbers weren't there. But you come out and admit this, okay? And how about this before we go to news? This is frightening, all right? Now, I know what people are going to say. Oh, man, the Democrats, this should be a freaking home run in 2028 with the destruction that the Trump people are going to leave and this and well, not so fast. There's a new Gallup poll out there on what party members or voters think of capitalism. And again, you look at some of these mayoral races, in particular, Zohran Mamdani in New York. Not the most tolerant guy when it comes to Jews, or to capitalism, or to law enforcement. Yeah, he wants to send social worker teams and crisis teams on domestic violence calls. That'll work real well. New numbers out there. Democrats and independents view capitalism less positively this year, showing 8% decline since 2021. Listen to this. For the first time, less than half of Democrats view capitalism positively. 42% of Democrats view capitalism positively. Think about that. Only 42% of Democrats have a positive view of capitalism. A slight majority of independents do, 51%, and 75% of Republicans hold a positive view of capitalism. So, what have I been telling you? The generational transformation of the Republican Party started when you-know-who came down the golden staircase round about 10 years ago, a little less now than 10 years ago. And the party has lurched decidedly right. Look what's happening to the other side. And you see the AOC, Bernie, Zohran Mamdani, the guy running for the Somali who's running for mayor in Minneapolis, far left candidates. And right now, this is frightening. 42% of Democrats have a positive view of capitalism. That, my friends, is where the party of JFK is heading.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier on the Upper Merritt southbound. We do have an accident reported approaching Route 8 on 95 out of New Haven. Jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Route 8 northbound, you're on the brakes through Shelton up to the bridge. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing. More people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Premier Concerts presents Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass, March 26th at New Haven's College Street Music Hall. Herb and the band will be performing many hit songs we all know and love. Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass in their final Connecticut appearance, as 2026 will be their last year of touring after over 30 years away from any extensive touring. Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass, March 26. Tickets at collegestreetmusichall.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Congressional Democrats are questioning the role of the FCC chair in the suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's late-night show. Senator Elizabeth Warren.
When the head of the FCC is talking openly about taking away the broadcast license, then that is the government trying to exercise censorship.
President Trump is returning from Britain. Before leaving, he spoke of his efforts to end the war in Ukraine with Russia's President Putin.
Well, he has let me down. I mean, he's killing many people, and he's losing more people than he's killing.
Correspondent Mark Strassman is covering Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy's new Vaccine Advisory Committee.
The vote today is on the 2 childhood vaccines. The vote tomorrow is on the COVID-19 vaccine.
Some doctors and health experts say they're not aware of any new safety data that would require revisiting the recommendations. On Wall Street today, stocks finished higher. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
According to a news release issued this afternoon by Fairfield First Selectwoman Christine Vitale, the Connecticut Siting Council has unanimously voted to table a final decision on United Illuminating's plan to install electric monopoles throughout the municipalities of Fairfield and Bridgeport, saying the delay will offer time to work towards a better solution. The final decision is now scheduled to take place October 16th. Yesterday, a news conference was held by elected officials and community leaders from both Bridgeport and Fairfield to address the UI plan.
When I say polls, you say no. No. Polls. No. Polls. Polls. No. Polls. No. Polls. No. Polls. No. No polls.
The plan has been a topic of fierce debate in Fairfield County for months. This past Tuesday, Governor Ned Lamont himself called on UI to halt the plan so that the concerns of Fairfield and Bridgeport residents and officials could be heard. Bridgeport Democratic State Senator Heron Gaston thanked the governor and his colleagues for their work.
You all have some strong fighters up in Hartford, and I want you to know the governor showed up. And I must tell you that when Steve Stasham started talking, the governor also starts listening. And so let's continue to lift our voices so we can continue to stand up for those that we represent. I appreciate it.
Police in Derby are investigating a string of purse thefts from vehicles at the Big Y supermarket. Police have received reports of masked suspects committing crimes in the parking lot of the New Haven Avenue store. The suspects reportedly have entered the parking lot in stolen vehicles, then grabbed purses as women were loading groceries into their cars. People shopping at the store are urged to keep valuables out of sight and to stay alert in public areas. Governor Ned Lamont held a news conference yesterday to address concerns about immigration and customs enforcement agents in Connecticut schools. At the news conference attended by WFSB Channel 3, the governor reiterated his promise to protect Connecticut students.
We're doing everything we can to make sure your child is safe and to make sure you feel that they are safe. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And there are very few instances. I don't want to overstate what's going on here, but precaution makes sense.
The two incidents referenced include one student who was held for months in an ICE detention facility before recently being released. The other was a high school student in Meriden who was detained just days before his graduation. State Republicans have pushed back against the governor, with House Minority Leader Vin Candelora releasing a statement that read, in part, quote, "Using school children as political leverage is unconscionable." A student at the University of Bridgeport who was involved in a scooter crash this month has died from his injuries. 28-year-old Mohammed Zaid was riding a scooter that collided with a car in the area of Boston Avenue and William Street on September 7th. Police have confirmed that Zaid died on September 12th. The driver of the car that was involved in the crash remained at the scene, and police say he has been cooperative. A Stamford man has been arrested on federal charges accusing him of trafficking fentanyl and cocaine. Prosecutors say Brandon Turner was identified as a drug distributor during an investigation by the DEA. A search of a Stamford apartment complex where Turner was employed as a maintenance worker in April allegedly revealed a large amount of fentanyl and cocaine in a storage room. Turner appeared in federal court in Bridgeport yesterday and was ordered held without bail. The suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's late night show has prompted responses from multiple state officials who worry that the move by ABC is politically motivated and represents a threat to free speech. Kimmel's suspension comes after comments that he made on air regarding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. On his social media page, Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy called the suspension, quote, "a call to mobilize."
The systematic destruction of free speech in this country. It is Donald Trump using the power of the White House, in this case, the power of his regulatory agencies, to try to shut down any speech that opposes him.
4th District Democratic Congressman Jim Himes also took to social media to express his shock at the decision.
The point of this country is to allow each and every American to articulate the beliefs that they have without any fear of reprisal.
The State Department of Motor Vehicles experienced a system-wide service outage yesterday. All the appointments for in-person services were canceled because of the outage and will have to be rescheduled. The DMV reported that by late afternoon yesterday, the issue had been resolved. The cause of the outage was determined to be a problem that arose during routine maintenance. State environmental officials are seeking to increase awareness as the fall wildfire season approaches. The usual wildfire season in Connecticut runs from October until the first significant snowfall of winter. However, the recent dry conditions are increasing the possibility of wildfires in the state earlier than usual. State officials say most wildfires are started by humans, meaning most are preventable. People are urged to do everything possible to reduce the possibility of sparking a wildfire. Chase Bank has announced that one of its branches in Bridgeport is closing. Chase indicates that the branch on Boston Avenue near Route 8 and the Beardsley Zoo will be shut down in December. The closure will leave Chase with 2 branches in Bridgeport, one on State Street and the other on Main Street. The 10 employees at the branch that is closing will be offered jobs at other company locations. State GOP legislators today held a news conference amid rumors that the state might be considering using pension money to invest in keeping the WNBA's Connecticut Sun in the state. Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding said Governor Ned Lamont has made conflicting statements.
The governor's talking out 2 sides of his mouth here, because in one sense, he initially comes out and says, well, we have to find a way to keep the team here. And then all of a sudden, when he determines that the pension fund is the vehicle by which he's going to do that, now all of a sudden it's because it's a great investment. So which is it, Governor? Is it a great investment, or are you using this essentially for corporate welfare? There might be an economic development reason for it, but at least come out and be honest about it. There's no level of transparency here.
And Mystic is one of the best small towns on the East Coast for its dining options, according to FamilyVacationsUS.com. The website says Mystic's food scene is as captivating as its maritime history and storied past. While fresh and flavorful seafood takes center stage, it says restaurants have diversity, ensuring everyone can find something to satisfy their palates. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is better. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Northbound volume delays through Milford and Orange. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company going through Hampton down into the tunnel. Same on Route 8 northbound through Shelton up to the bridge. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high of 80. Saturday sunny and cooler with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And oh, brother, do I have some good news for you folks. This might be the best news in days. Not a guy who I'm not a real fan of is hopefully now going to get booted out of the U.S. for good. You may know who I'm talking about. The news broke yesterday, and to me, it's the best news of the week, and I'll get into that momentarily. But first, in my hometown of New Haven, the city of Elms, the Elm City, the home of Yale University, Bulldogs, bow, wow, wow. Bill in New Haven. Bill, how are you, sir?
What's up, buddy?
You tell me.
I don't know. Let him go. Who cares? Who's Herb Albert? Is that guy like old or something?
Yeah, he's very old. Herb Albert's 90. He's still touring.
You have Jerry actually with Ozzy Osbourne teeth with lighters.
Come on, you never heard of
the Griff?
You never heard of the Tijuana Brass? Come on.
No, I mean they're good band, but let this it's all politics. Let it go. Relax.
All right. Okay.
You got to relax, breathe in, have a couple beers or something.
Have a couple of beers and breathe.
Yeah, a couple pizzas,
Nice.
Shots. Chill out.
All right.
This is funny.
You like this,
anyway,
huh?
The Jets, I told you, make Yale, hire Yale. When they retire from Yale football, put him right to the Jets.
Tony Reno, the head coach of Yale. He's done a good job there. Yes. Yeah.
Make the Jets them.
All right.
You can't make this up.
No. All right, Bill. Thanks. Appreciate it. Got to run here now. Yeah. Bill wants Yale football head coach Tony Reno to become. They couldn't do any worse. Ah, yes. Bulldogs. Bow, wow, wow. Yale Connect. The Ivy Leagues get to go to the playoffs this year for the first time, right? About that. Keep an eye on those Bulldogs. Here's the good news. This guy who I have zero use for, Mahmoud Khalil. You know this guy? This is the guy who is he's one of these professional grad students who comes to the U.S. to crap on us. Well, guess what? He's going to be kicked out of here, maybe finally. This is the guy that was leading all the anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish protests at Columbia, handing out allegedly Hamas literature. Well, guess what? Don't let the door hit you in the ass. An immigration judge in Louisiana has ordered pro-Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil, a legal permanent resident of the U.S., to get out. Oh, look where they're sending him, Syria or Algeria. Fine for him. For not disclosing certain info on his green card application, according to documents filed in federal court Wednesday by his lawyers. Khalil's lawyers said they'll appeal. Go right ahead. The order from immigration judge Jamie Comins came despite a separate order in Khalil's federal case in New Jersey blocking his deportation, while that court considers Khalil's legal argument that his detention and deportation are unlawful retaliation for his Palestinian advocacy. Look, pal, this is what this guy is involved in is not Palestinian advocacy. It's harassing Jews. This guy was all over the place, and doing all this stuff on the Columbia campus. Explain something to me, please. Honestly explain something to me. How is it that we let people into this country, foreigners on student visas, whatever, and then they take part in protests? Like, if I was ever the guest of a foreign land, a foreign country, if they said, Mr. Pacelli, you seem to be okay welcome to our country as a guest. Oh, you're gonna open a business here. Oh, you're coming here to do extended study. You're going to be one of our great universities. God bless you. The last thing I would do, out of respect for the home country that invites me into its borders, past its borders, and gets in there, the last thing I would do would take part in any political protest. How is it that we allow people who are not even U.S. citizens to come into this country and start wagging their finger at us and waving their finger and at the same time harassing Jews? The U.S. will be a better place, and Jews will feel freer on the Columbia campus and everywhere once this guy is gone. And I know what you're going to say. Well, he's got a wife here and kids. Oh, that's my point. What's more important to him? His wife, his kid, I guess his unborn kid, or where did the baby come yet? I don't know. Or spreading propaganda. Please, I have less than zero concern about this guy.
Touchdowns, goals, spikes. For the most in-depth information on local high school sports and this week's Play of the Week, check out The Rudin Report at therudinreport.com. See and subscribe. Powered by the new Genesis of Ridgefield, located in Norwalk.
Legends of Fear opening soon for our 29th year of haunting. Ride our haunted hayride or walk the Hallow Trail and visit Melonhead Revenge. Enjoy up to 90 minutes of terror at our farm. Real farm, real woods, real fear. Legends of Fear is the best in outdoor haunting. Buy your tickets now at legendsoffear.com, a nationally ranked top haunt. Bring your family for an exciting night of outdoor adventure. Visit legendsoffear.com. That's legendsoffear.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-859-3220. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-859-3220 or biglou.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is better. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Northbound volume delays through Milford and Orange. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company going through Hampton down into the tunnel. Same on Route 8 northbound through Shelton up to the bridge. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday sunny with a high near 80. Saturday sunny with a high of 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Make your voice heard. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I mean, think about this, and I'm reading now on the news stories today after the news last night that Khalil Maybe finally kicked out of the country. Good. Well, this is fascist and Gestapo tactics. Please explain something to me. Now, it's not about letting foreigners in the country. We've done that for years and years. We have a process for that. And, yes, there are certain First Amendment rights allowed visa holders and green card holders and student visa holders. I get that. I understand that. But this guy, Khalil, was one of the leaders of the protests, pro-Palestinian protests at Columbia that openly harassed and threatened Jews. And I am fascinated. I'm not even mad or angry anymore. I'm fascinated that we allow people to come into this country and take advantage of the of the good-natured people that we are, and then start screaming and yelling on college campuses and telling us how bad we are. How logical is that? Well, Paul, outside voices can be, they can be profitable in doing that. Well, I guess, but how about a little, I don't know, on Mr. Khalil's part, maybe a little grace, a little, maybe a little grace, a little humility, a little class. And if you want to come here and you want to protest, you do it quietly and silently instead of, grabbing a bullhorn and doing what he did on Columbia's campus. Well, isn't what's going on in the Middle East, Paul, awful? Yes, it is. It certainly is. And by the way, has Hamas released the rest of the hostages yet? Oh, that hasn't happened, has it? No. So spare me with how bad things are in Gaza. It's horrible. I get it. I understand it. But again, I simply ask a simple question. Where are the hostages? How many times did they try? Was there an attempted deal to get all the hostages out? And for Hamas to come out and say, well, no, all right, we're done. Enough. You beat it. But they won't do that. So sadly, you look at what's in Gaza now, and listen, I'm no expert in the Middle East. I watched a number of documentaries. I try and read as much as I can. I know there are tensions and rivalries and out-and-out hatred that go back there thousands of years. Here's the bottom line. Israel's not going anywhere. It's not. To Mr. Khalil and his from the river to the sea crowd, Palestine will be free. No, it won't. It's not going to. And it's sad because of what happened on October 7th of 2023. Well, so there's, coming up on 2 years of what happened here, and, we still don't have the release of the remainder of the hostages. It is what it is. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And by the way, riddle yourself this, Maud. Do you ever notice that there isn't, at least outwardly, a great deal of sympathy? Sadly, I will say, for Palestinian people from the other countries in the Middle East, like opening their gates and their doors and their borders to say to all these refugees, come on in. You kind of never see that, do you? I wonder why. Fairfield approves an affordable housing plan after a townhouse proposal was challenged in court. Now, again, this is what kind of the thing we were talking about earlier. In Fairfield, the Fairfield Zoning Commission voting 5-0, 5-egg to approve Easton developer and Fairfield native Stephen Shapiro's plan for a 66-unit, 5-floor residential building under state statute. Again, we talk about this all the time. 830G. This is at 430 and 452 Stilson Road. The site was approved for 18 townhouses, but that decision was appealed and remains in court. Now, again, this is what you have to understand when you hear affordable housing talked about in light of the 830G statute and what goes on here in the state. The state's 830G statute lets developers bypass local zoning if at least 30% of their units are designated as affordable. This project would have 20 units designated as affordable. So again, this understands something. This is a classic example of a developer doing what developers do, and I get it. It's how they make money. Nobody is going to come into Connecticut, especially if they do this housing bill, and who knows if that's going to happen. Nobody's going to come into Connecticut out of the goodness of their heart and do an entire development of affordable units, nor should they have to. A developer is a developer probably because, well, they like to make some money. It is what it is. So, again, this looks like a rather interesting, nice development here, but Fairfield approves. an affordable housing plan after a townhouse proposal was challenged in court. 66-unit affordable housing development on Stilson Road, a site that had been approved for a townhouse project. And again, 20 units are going to be designated here, says Annie Wayne Hurst, as affordable. So, okay, that's good. Now, I can't wait to see the numbers here. Again, I'm not real good at predicting, rents here, but, in Fairfield and new construction here, I mean, I don't know what the affordable units will go for. I'm not, again, people have explained to me the mathematical formula of how that's done, but we shall say. I mean, and I don't know, but what's an affordable studio in a place like Fairfield? I don't know, what, $1,200-$1,300? Crazy stuff too. What rents are and mortgages. But remember, it wasn't all that long ago that it was a no-brainer to rent. If you just didn't have money. Oh, I can't do that. I can't do the down payment. And you looked at somewhere and you said, well, it's a lot cheaper to rent. Remember that growing up? At least when I was, hey, it's a lot cheaper to rent. It's a whole bunch cheaper to rent. Now, in a lot of places, it's almost, especially with these high-demand new rentals, I'm seeing numbers saying, wait a minute. It's actually, now I know it's different in different parts of Connecticut and all that. We get it. But I'm sitting here saying, wait a minute. Why would you pay that in rent when you can buy? Now, I know the impediment to a lot of people is the down payment. I was lucky. I got in on a very low down payment on my condo, just past 20 years on my mortgage. Hey, 10 years to go. Only another 120 payments to go. I'll be hosting this show till I'm 86. Thank you. But when you see some of these rents, right, you almost look and say, well, why the heck wouldn't I buy? Again, if you can get together with, maybe mom or dad or nan or papa for a down payment. But, hey, look, an affordable unit here, like the gentleman that called me yesterday in Norwalk, an affordable studio, $2,100. Really? Really? Affordable to whom? Where and when?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, at least an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound is better. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf and West Haven. Northbound volume delays through Milford and Orange. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company going through Hampton, down into the tunnel. Same on Route 8 northbound through Shelton up to the bridge. And then Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear with a low in the upper 50s to near 60. Friday, sunny with a high of 80. Saturday, sunny and cooler with a high near 70. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Introducing Cakes by Sonia, a scratch-made bakery in Stratford. Let owner and head baker Sonia turn your vision into a delicious, beautiful custom cake. Specializing in wedding, birthday, and anniversary cakes, a Cake by Sonia is like no other. Follow Cakes by Sonia on Instagram or come into the bakery at 2067 Barnum Ave in Stratford. For an amazing cake for your next event, it's Cakes by Sonia. 203-276-8880.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, get this. I fired up the old artificial intelligence, the old AI. Did an AI overview here. Look at this. Listen to this. The average rent in Connecticut, as of, this month, September, latest figures out there, The average rent in Connecticut is $1,872 a month. Why wouldn't you buy if you have the money for the down payment? Studios are averaging about $1,600. One bedrooms at $1,800. Two bedrooms at $2,200. Wow. In Stamford, the median rent is $2,690. Waterbury has the lowest or lower rents. Westport can have, man, where is this in Westport? Some spots in Westport are renting. These must be houses. Median rents, $8,700 a month. Wow. So again, as of this month, 3 bedrooms rent for about $2,900 and change a month. A 2-bedroom, $2,300. A 1-bedroom, $1,800, and a studio, $1,500. Waterbury has the lowest average rent. Old Greenwich, not just Greenwich. Old Greenwich has average rents of over $4,100 a month for an 800 square foot apartment. Yikes. Man, that's rough. It's a lot of cash. Andrew on traffic, thank you. Paul Piork on the weather thing, thank you. Chris Williams on everything, on news, on engineering, on call screening and all that. Hey, we made it to the end of the week. Friday is upon us tomorrow. Our buddy, our pal, Chris Caruso will stop by. We will take a look at all the craziness as you and I sit down at 2. 2 hands on the wheel, chew good. Back tomorrow.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Democrats in Congress are accusing the Trump administration of politicizing the death of Charlie Kirk, and they've unveiled a bill that would bolster free speech protections in the wake of the suspension of Jimmy Kimmel's show. Representative Ro Khanna also wants the FCC chair to appear before lawmakers to explain his role.
We are Article 1 of the Constitution, not foot lackeys for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. It is